Let me just open. Yeah, a very good morning, everyone. Uh, Before we start today's topics and I tell you what all we are planning to do, can you tell me, like one of you had already created a poll, but I did not get the complete feedback. So let me ask you this. Here my question, please. I'll open the assignment, the initial first three parts, because that I had taken. So I'm not asking you about the full assignment, but let me ask you in parts. So this part, before creating the tester, anyone not yet completed? Here my question. Those who have completed, very good, excellent. But anyone not yet completed? Because from now, I mean this week onwards, it is very important for me to have the feedback. So I'm asking you. So I take it that everyone has completed this part. The basic part, custom exceptions, core class, and validation rules anyway I had not given you. So that's good. That's great. That's good beginning. Now tell me again. Now I'm asking you point by point. So here in the tester, adding the student details, creating the array list of students, and adding the student details. This part not reached. I'm asking you not reached. No, but you don't have to like worry about what others. You please tell me. So Pallav is saying it is not reached. Okay. So there are some of you. So maybe the tester part is the one which is not reached. That is fine. Only addition and display student. And yeah, that's fine. I'm still into 2.5. So 1 and 3 is done. So I got a fair feedback. Now I know where to start because for for me to revise things, I should have a point where majority has not completed and all. That is the only thing. Otherwise, there's nothing about it. Okay. So now let me tell you what we are going to do today. After doing a revision, complete a quick revision of collection framework and all that. I mean overview of collection framework. Now, this is what I started doing yesterday. So we'll be completing based objectives. So by the time you reach labs, you would have a complete idea about how to perform CRUD operations, create, retrieve, update, delete, setting in array list. And that will give you a very, what do you say, direct pointers, direct help in completing your pending work. And of course, I'll be giving you something more. So after doing the basic CRUD operations, then I would definitely want to enter the sorting part. And you will see sorting in Java is so easy because the sorting algorithm is already supplied in a ready-made manner. That is what collection framework is. So you don't have to worry about which is the how the actual sorting mechanism, how the sorting algorithm is working internally. But all you have to supply is the sorting criteria. So you'll see the best of collection framework shortly. And then after that, I want to show you iterators, list iterators, generic methods, more in generics. And then I want to take you to sets. So what I do generally is one required type from each variety I take, and then we detail out. Yeah, Arpit, you will get a idea after we discuss the today's assignment. So have stay focused, stay tuned, and you will have an idea. Actually, to tell you very frankly, Arpit, we have been doing it in the array days also. Okay, so what we do typically is we do the exception delegation from the validation rules. So exceptions are thrown, rather exception handling is delegated from all the other layers to the tester. And in tester, you have a try catch block. Anyway, when I write the code, you can just stay focused or I will explain the code once again. So you will have a complete idea. Okay, so that is how it is. Let's not waste time and start with it. So I hope you have done a bit of revision also. So let's start with a quick look at overview of a collection framework. Anyone wants to tell me? Standard question, standard answer. What is a collection framework? It is nothing but ready-made implementation of standard ready-made implementation of dynamic data structures. And when you say which dynamic data structures you are going to look at, you have started looking at list implementation. I'll be showing you something like set implementation and of course map implementation. Okay. Plus, what additionally it gives you is it gives you the ready-made solution of data structure algorithms for searching, sorting, replacing, setting, everything. Okay. So, so why collection framework? I had already mentioned. So all those questions which I had asked you in the first slide, can you do this? So it is the why? So because it supports, I am writing not in detail, supports dynamic data structures, which is already mentioned here. Okay, insertion, deletion. Okay, searching, sorting, and what else you require? And in general, all CRUD operations. The are what do you say? Are carried out using standard APIs, using simple APIs, using powerful APIs. So supports all these in a very easy and ready-made manner. That's the selling point of your collection framework. Exactly, Ankush. And then so that is the reason you are learning it. And when you say the hierarchy, that is the most important part. So I'll not write it. I'll just discuss, I'll just ask you, and then of course we will continue with our diagram, and wherever required, we will add more. So can anyone tell me what is the starting point? There are, collection framework is divided into two halves. So don't tell me from iterable, just tell me for the interfaces, main interfaces involved. So what is the first half? First half is collection interface. What are the two sub-interfaces from collection? List and set. There is a third one also called as queue, which is first in, first out structure. And then we can look at that also later. So collection extended by list and set. Absolutely correct. And what is the second half consisting of? Map and the map implementations, map sub-interfaces and all that. Everyone is right. Now let me ask you. So this is just the interfaces part. But now let us do the detailed part. So for that, it's good because that is the reason why I had drawn the picture. Wait a second. So here, it can help. I'll just put it in today's thing. So, we can look at that and finish the revision. And whenever required, we will add. So as you can see, I actually, I will add it right away. I'll open it in the pen. So every day you should revise also, plus you should learn more. Okay, so start answering the questions, please. What is iterable? It is an interface. Is it a part of the standard collection framework? Answer is already there. It is not a part of the standard collection framework. But so many questions. I mean, the moment you say a particular class, for example, ArrowList or HashSet, they have implemented iterable. You know that there is a method, one method called as iterator. Today, you'll be looking at iterators, list iterators, and all that. So iterator is the method name. What it returns is the iterator object. When I say iterator object, when I take you in detail, you'll see iterator is nothing but another interface. And that interface has methods, has next, next, and remove. Okay, so that allows you to iterate or traverse over the collection. So the starting point is, I mean, even though it is not considered as a part of a collection framework, it is a good starting point. So iterable is the super interface. So here, when I take you to iterate, I mean, when I take you to attaching iterators, list iterators and all that, we can definitely expand on this. So going ahead now. What is the, this thing? Okay, I was thinking of whether iterator and enumeration, but when we reach iterator, I will differentiate. What is the main sub-interface of iterable? This is the starting point. So as you can see, collection interface. So start answering questions. Collection interface, does it impose a specific behavior or no specific behavior? Quickly. Answer is no specific behavior. So do you expect to see, are there any concrete implementation classes? Yes or no? Answer is there are no concrete implementation classes because it doesn't supply any specific behavior, any specific rules. What I mean by that is, does it tell you that it will support index based operations? It doesn't tell you. It may or may not. Does it tell you that it is allowing duplicates or not allowing duplicates? Nothing of the sort. Is it going to say that the order is significant? Absolutely not. So the point I'm trying to make is all basic generalized operations it consists of, and you have seen so many yesterday. So this is add. So I'll just ask you some of them. When you say collection dot add, what is it doing? Is it adding the reference, or is it what is it? Is it inserting the adding the reference, inserting the reference, or adding the object? It is adding the reference. Okay, add all. So you have two collections and you want to merge. So how will you call it? C1 dot add all C2. So this is your bulk addition. Contains we have spent so much time on. So what is contains for? Contains you'll use for which application? Searching. Contains is typically a searching operation, searching application. But now I'll ask you something more detailed. Will you use contains method to search by primary key based criteria or non-primary key based? I'll repeat the question because I had talked about it in my lab, but everyone should understand it. So anytime, listen to this, that is how you understand the collection framework easily. Anytime you want to search by primary key, it is called as finder by primary key or search by primary key, then 100% you have a ready-made solution in form of contains. But if the searching criteria is not primary key based, unless and until you learn functional programming with me, the streams and all that, you still have to write the for loop or for each loop or something and traverse through the collection, searching for particular elements. So keep it simple, light and clear. Searching by primary key, you have a lot of ready-made help in the collection framework. Not searching by or searching by non-primary key based criteria, you have to still stop till we enter functional programming. And when I take you to functional programming, you will see higher order function. Three famous higher order functions are filter, map, and reduce. So when we do that, then even the non-primary key-based search becomes very easy. Okay, but not till then. Coming back to the point, remove. So now this is a dynamic collection. Okay, dynamically memory allocated data structure. So it can remove the reference. Remove all. When you say C1, so somebody was confused yesterday. When I say remove all, I'm not clearing the collection. When I say C1 dot remove all C2, what does it mean? Whatever are the common elements between C1 and C2, only those will be removed from C1, rest will be retained. How about C1 dot retain all C2? Common elements are removed or common elements are retained? Pretty easy question. Of course, they are retained. So that is how you understand it. See, there are hundreds of methods. So I'll be taking the important ones, and whenever you require anything extra, we can always talk about it. How about the size? What is the meaning of the size of the collection? Yes, size is what? Nothing but the number of references. Absolutely correct. And when the size is 0, is empty method will return true, otherwise false. You know that. And you've seen yesterday, I've not shown you, but I'll show you today. You have seen yesterday two array method. Do you remember two array method? I've not mentioned it here, but I've shown you. So what does two array method do? It converts the dynamic or the growable or the dynamically allocated collection to array, to the fixed size array. And there are two versions. One is a generic version, one is a non-generic version. Okay, so this is your all basic operations. Now come down to the subtypes. So these are the two things. There is one more called as queue and extended by double-ended queue. So when I discuss linked list, you will see linked list implements list One class can implement from multiple behaviors, multiple interfaces, and it also implements the queue or the double-ended queue functionality. So more on that later. Now, focus on one thing at a time. When you say list, list is a sub-interface. Is there a specific behavior explained or rather mentioned? Of course, yes. So start. Already there is an answer. It does it support index-based operations? Very much yes. You have seen yesterday so many. Give me 2, 3 examples of index-based operations, please. Because you have to think in this. Yeah, for loop can be attached because it is, I said index-based methods, Rohit. Exactly. So there's no find. Yeah, get is there, remove is there, remove by index, index of, contains is not index based. So that is not correct. But yeah, get, index of, last index of, remove, set, all these are index based operations. Very right. So it does support index based operations. Can you add the duplicate elements? Yes. We are not adding those students or what is it I was solving? Something like bank accounts. Yeah, so many scenarios. So that we did not add. But the point is, can it technically add duplicates? Answer is yes. Will you be able to add the null reference? Suppose you create list of fruits, and if I say list dot add null, it is allowed. Okay. So why would anyone do that? It's like beyond the discussion. But the point is it allowed? Answer is yes. So till then, okay, let me just compare the other one. So when I take you to sets today, I hope today, let's see how it goes. Then set is the sub-interface of collection. Unlike list, which represents the ordered collection, means order is significant and it remembers the order of insertion. The moment you say list dot add one, list dot add two, list dot add three, and when you attach the iterator, explicit iterator or implicit iterator, which is your for each, the same order, the output, I mean, when you access the elements, it will be retrieved in the same order. It will display it in the same order. Okay. So unlike that, set is not the ordered collection. Of course, there is a linked hash set, which internally maintains a linked list for maintaining the order, but that is a specialty. In general, set doesn't remember any order. It does not definitely support index-based operations. So index-based operations are only supported in list. Okay. And the set's most distinguishing feature is doesn't allow you duplicates. So if you have array list of numbers, let's say just array list of numbers, and when you convert this array list of numbers to the set, such as hash set, linked hash set, whatever, if there are any duplicates, those duplicates will be automatically removed. When I take you to the set, I'll show you all that. And does it allow a single null reference? Answer is yes. So let me come to set and we will detail it out. So then we had talked about three different implementation classes, array list being discussed the most. So what are the three implementation classes? Array list, linked list, vector. Are these all iterable? 100% yes. Will they all support index-based operation? Of course, yes. All these are array list, linked list, vector, is a list, is a collection, is a iterable. So you know all these. Now let us try to differentiate between the different classes. Okay, I'll give you today a readme, array list versus linked list. Okay, so tell me, when I talk about array list and vector, internally they are based upon which data structure? Array list and vector are similar in the internal data structure. It is based upon resizable array. Okay, so array list and vector are pretty similar. They also will give you the constructors and the APIs are similar, I said, because they are based upon resizable array. Okay, next point. What is the main difference between array list and vector, and which one should you use? So what is the main difference? This is inherently thread unsafe. So faster in performance, higher performance. Vector, inherently thread safe, means all the APIs are synchronized or they apply internally locks. So, I mean, it will be slower compared to your array list. And which one is the legacy class? Vector is the legacy class. So as much as possible, Like we don't use string buffer. We prefer string builder anytime above. I mean, in anytime compared to that. So we will be using array list wherever you require resizable array-based list implementation. Okay, so that is your array list versus vector. Next one, when you talk about array list versus linked list, do they use the same data? Okay, forget the question. I was going to ask you, do they support the same data structure internally? Of course not. So let me ask you, if you have index-based search operation, which I'm comparing now array list and a linked list. So if you compare array list versus linked list, and you have got the index. So if you want to do index-based searching operation, which data structure will give you constant time performance? Everyone knows that array list. If you just read the API docs, which I have insisted, please read the first paragraph, the description. There are methods, the get method, size, iterator, list iterator, etc. They run in constant time performance. O1 factor means what? The time complexity. You will know more about or O factor. I mean, is it n log n or on or O1, whatever in the data structure module. But the point I'm trying to make is why it offers a better performance. Constant time performance means irrespective of the size of the list, the time for searching by index does not vary. Okay, so anyone wants to tell me why it offers the constant time performance? You know the answer. I've shown you. Yes, random access. First is the contiguous memory, and the second one is, if you remember array list, it implements random access interface, which gives you a direct access to the slot searched by index. So because it is an array based, like how you can access the array based element by its index, same thing you can do in an array list. But now let me ask you, if you want to, sorry, before that, I scratch that. What is the internal? I have not taken linked list, don't worry. But when I take the linked list, is it any linked list? I don't know whether you have a background or not. Does it occupy the contiguous memory? Answer is no. What does a linked list consist of? It is nothing but chain of nodes. Okay. And those nodes are connected to each other using some, I mean, it is a chain. So of course they have to be connected. But one node could be anywhere in the memory. Next node could be anywhere in the memory. So there are two variants of linked list. One is singly linked list. Other one is doubly linked list. Yes, exactly. Since I'm talking about it, might as well. I must be having, yeah. So here is the example of a singly linked list. Just look at it, okay? So here, what is it? What are the pointers? There is a head and tail, of course. So can you see? First, let me go slow. These are the nodes I'm talking about. And this is shown, which is maybe having a linked list of strings. It is containing string A, B, C, D, or a character. It doesn't matter. So here, this is why it is called as a singly linked list, because it is maintaining a pointer, next pointer. Okay, pointer to the next node. So don't worry. When I take linked list, I will show you the internals. Control click and you will be able to see. The linked list class has the statically nested class called as node, and these are nothing but the nodes. But when I show you Java's internal linked list, are you going to see this singly linked list? So, okay, let me ask you slowly. Singly linked list means what? Which type of pointers you expect? Next pointer, previous pointer, both or neither. Singly linked list means only the next node. I mean the pointer to the next node. So this is the head element, and here it maintains the pointer to the next node. So at the moment I have a pointer, I can keep the node anywhere in the memory, right? No need of contiguous memory allocation. So which will eat up, which will consume larger memory? I'm comparing array list versus linked list. Tell me, which data structure will require larger memory? Answer is no, not array list, linked list. Array list is just maintaining, you saw yesterday we had drawn. It just is the array, contiguous memory location, occupying one reference for one element. Here, you have One reference data means what? It is collection of references plus a next pointer. Okay, so which will occupy larger memory? Of course, a linked list. Okay, now the next question. Does Java maintain or does Java use singly linked list or doubly linked list? When I show you java.util.linked list, it is a doubly linked list. So obviously, which other pointer it will keep? Like how we have a next pointer, it also maintains the pointer to the previous node. So tell me, what will be the, so there will be three slots. Okay, the data, which is reference, previous, okay, previous, data, and next. Okay, so there will be three elements, rather three slots per every node. Are you understanding me? So of course it is higher on the memory consuming side. But now see the point. Okay, so what will be the next? Previous pointer of the first node will point to null. There is nothing. This is the head position. So that will be null. What will be the next pointer pointing to? The second node in the chain. And its previous pointer will be pointing to the earlier node. And if you carry it like this, you can just draw. I have a picture, but I'm just not opening because it's just a simple revision. So you can imagine a previous node here, sorry, pointer to the previous node. So two pointers, two references, and the data makes it higher on the memory side. But now what is the advantage? Anyone can understand. So suppose I want to insert a node in between. Insert an element in between. What had to be done in the array list? Anyone wants to tell me? If I want to insert the data in between, you have to literally shift, because and shift means what? In array, shifting is not possible. So internally, your array list class implementation has to create a copy somewhere, shift the elements, and then insert one, index plus one, of course. But I'm saying, imagine that I want to insert the element here. What is it you'll have to adjust? It is not a part of contiguous memory at all. What needs to be adjusted, guys? Simply modify the next pointer. So if I'll show you with pictures. So the earlier C's previous pointer was B. So if I add in between a node BC or something, so in that case, what will be the previous pointer? It will be pointing to the inserted node, and its next pointer will be pointing to C. In short, adjusting the pointers. Okay. So if you have too many dynamic insertions and deletions, and that too typically towards the beginning, actually it can be anywhere, then linked list performs better, definitely, than array list. Okay. So this is just to compare, just to tell you when to choose which data structure. So when I come to this, I have given you today array list versus linked list, and I mean it was a very good. I don't remember which article I had downloaded, but it tells you in detail which is, I mean, in which case which is better, and I have got my own write up for that. So I'll ask you to read it, go through it as a reading assignment of today. So coming back to the point, focus on array list. So let's look at this. Let us go little faster. So you have seen array list having different constructors. So tell me fast. When you are using a classroom kind example, default constructor is sufficient. So when you say default, you are creating an empty array list. So what is the moment I say empty, size is 0. But what is the meaning of this initial capacity to 10? There is enough memory allocated. In short, internal array size is 10. Okay, so there is enough memory allocated to store 10 references in contiguous location. That's it. When you want to go for larger capacity, because you have got large data, big data, you can dictate the initial capacity. Size is still 0. And like we said yesterday, there is a constructor. Please keep this Java docs opened all the time. So here it is. Where is it? Yeah. So you can look for it in the Java docs. Keep your array list open, because so many things you're going to require all the time. So, and some of the API you have to learn by heart. I mean, once you start using it, you don't really need to remember it. So if you look at the constructors, This is the constructor I'm talking about. Today, of course, I'll tell you what is the meaning of question mark extensay and how it gives you flexibility to store different data types or to make the, I mean, I'll tell you more about it, the flexibility inheritance in generics. So skip that for a minute. When you say you have an array list based on a collection, answer the question, please. What all I can add? Okay, forget the question. Will this give you the last constructor empty array list or populated, E or P? Basic most questions I'm asking. Populated. What will be the size of the new array list? Whatever is the size of the collection. And capacity as per the JVM. Minimum capacity will be at least equal to size. And after that, it can be as per the JVM specification. Next one. Now, when you say collection, you know, collection is an interface, cannot be instantiated. So can anyone tell me to populate the array list of type, let's say employee? When I talk in E's and T's, people don't understand. I mean, it's hard to understand. So let us say I want to create a populated array list of type employee. So can you tell me which all data structures I can use? You can just tell me in short form. I said for populating array list of type employee, which are the, no, sorry, I'm not talking about that. We are not talking about generics. I said which are the types of the data structure I can use. You are wrong again. You are not understanding. You are going off track and that too ahead of time. I said don't look at this question mark extends. Just focus on E. I'm asking you which type of the data structure. I never asked you which generic type of the data. Which data structures are the candidates? Yes. So, okay, because since you are not this, yeah. So don't say all these things. Let me ask you specifically. Any of the list implementation class, will it be acceptable or not? Answer is yes. Why? Because any list is a collection. Any of the set implementation classes will be allowed? Of course, yes. Same reason. Queue implementation, DAC implementation still allowed. Anything below collection, anything which is a subtype of collection will be allowed. But anything which is not a collection, for example, map. So will you be able to add a hash map? There's something called as a linked hash map, tree map, the hash table, property, dictionary. Answer is no. Okay. So everything other than whatever is collection implementation, you can supply. So keep this part very clear. When they say collection, what they mean is, super type reference can directly refer to subtype. Why? Upcasting. So the same upcasting principle is used anywhere. So what it means is collection, any subtype of a collection. And this is what is question mark extensee is of that generic type, which we will cover separately. Okay. And then we had talked about certain methods, but I don't want to revise those methods. Instead, I would like to complete this array list based objectives. Okay. So I have brought in the same objectives. So we will quickly go through whatever we had written together for bank account, right? Yeah, bank account. And then we will, of course, will revise the working of these methods. You know by now what is common between this and all. Let me come to that method and we'll revise. So if you are logged in on your computer, please, you have my yesterday's data. So what I'm doing is let's see, 10.2. Yeah, I'm just copying because it's a continuation into the 11.1. And let us try to finish the basic objectives immediately. So all I have done is a copy. I'll just open this. So there is hardly the other than the collection framework part, I don't want you to focus on anything. So here we have started with bank account. Easy. There is no nested class. There's no composition, nothing. Only thing is I keep adding the date and enums. If possible, today or tomorrow, we will replace your ancient as an earlier API by the modern API local date and all. So I'll get a chance to explain that. This part, static initializer block for initializing simple date format. All you have got is a suitable constructor. We have added for certain reason a parameterized overloaded constructor. Why, we will go there later. A toString. These are the simple business logic functionality, withdraw deposit and transferring funds from one account to another account. And for some particular reason, we had also overridden equals. Currently, don't worry about overriding equals and that overloaded constructor. We'll talk about it later. So next is the thing. So this was your enum, which tells you these are the accounts supported. These are the only valid account types. Custom exception for any validation, any business logic failures we are having. And mainly, we had not mainly, but we had this simple validation on balance to confirm minimum balance. And this is just a converter from string to the enum. And here, then we had started writing the tester. So you were saying, one of you were saying that you are not clear about where to throw the exceptions and where to catch it and all. That is why in the beginning phase, I always suggest till we reach the standard frameworks such as Spring, Spring Boot, Spring MVC somewhere, I always suggest that do the exception delegation from all the layers, whether it is validation utils, later you'll have IO and whatever, database and all. And in the topmost layer means in the main method, in the point of integration, we will handle all the exceptions. What is this approach called? Centralized exception handling approach. So by now, I expect everyone to be clear on this structure. I'm not talking about this collection framework, this structure. So keep simply outermost as try with resources. This is the this is the closing of it. So at this point, your scanner is going to be automatically closed. Then inside, do the initialization. So which initialization I mean? Today we are talking about collection. So we are initializing the data structures. When we integrate collection plus IO, after collection framework, after doing functional programming, I take IO. So then we will have the reading the data, loading the data from the file in the init phase, initialization phase of the application. So that is your initialization phase. Okay. So here I'm just doing the initialization of data structure. And since it is a classroom type example, default constructor is sufficient. So I hope everyone can imagine. If you can't, we had shared this also yesterday's day 10 lab data or something. And here we had drawn lot of memory pictures. So I seriously hope, sincerely hope that you have gone through it. Wait a second. So this was mainly discussed for the understanding. Look at this. Understanding of your contains index of methods, but don't worry, I'll take you line by line. So look at this first line which I had written. Array list of bank accounts equal to new array list. So which class will be loaded in the method area? You know, array list class gets loaded. And when you start adding, user wants to create the accounts. So suppose there were 4 accounts created just for this particular diagram using that create account. Which is the method to use? You can use add method. Add works as an append or insert. Tell me. Add method when you use without the index, what does it look at? I mean, how does it work like? Of course, append. So here, now, after adding the first element, what happens is the actual bank account object is created elsewhere, preceded by class loading and all that, and its reference is added to the growable collection. You got that? So here, memory picture so far would be, what will be the memory picture so far? You have the array list of references, collection is collection of references, and actual objects containing account number 10, 100, 50, 30 created elsewhere on the heap. So tell me openly, is everyone 100% clear about this memory picture? Because based on this, I'm going to show you, we can discuss the internal working and all that. Okay, so this is the starting point. Now let me open the next part of the code. So here, when I say array list contains, is it going to show you the null values? Of course not. The for each loop Implicit iterator only traverses over the size. And what is the size? 0. So you won't see any output. Okay, so that is the yesterday's part. So I will remove this. I just wanted your confirmation yesterday. But in the today's code, I don't want to keep it. Then this is simple. Boolean exit. Those who are still not clear about exception handling, for them. So outermost, you keep it as while, because if there is any invalid data, invalid inputs, I don't want to abort the code. That is why while is outside. This is your option. These are your options. Then inside, there is an outer try block, try with resources, inner to survive all that. I mean, to give you the chance to retry, and innermost will be the switch case. So since it is a revision still, take a look at this. This is what I had shown you the memory picture of. So now there is no boundary condition, there is no null checking required, nothing. So you're just accepting the account details. Wherever required, you are validating or converting the data. And as shown just recently, the account object is created elsewhere. Its reference gets added into the array list. While outside. Why while outside? Okay, Saurabh, yeah. If you ask a precise question, I can. Suppose if I do the while inside of a try block, imagine you swap it. Try outside, this try outside and while inside. The moment you get an exception, for example, invalid balance, balance is less than minimum balance, what will get aborted? Try block will get aborted. Control will come to catch. And since your while is inside, your entire application will get aborted. Are you understanding me? So the while loop will be rendered useless if it is outside, if it is inside. Are you understanding, Saurabh, what I said? Imagine try catch is outside and here inside the inner try. No, no, no. What are you talking about? Don't. I mean, let's not waste time on simple things. Guys, it is a simple one. When you say while not exit, let us go this, because actually I thought it was a simple one, but still, tell me, take a simple example. If user gives you less than minimum balance, let's say I'm starting opening an account with 500. So everyone knows this validate balance method is going to throw the exception. Have you handled the exception in the method? No. So exception will be delegated here. Can you tell me, those who are confused, others who have understood, please don't answer. Saurabh and somebody else, I mean, I don't know. So where the line, I mean, where the control will go? The moment exception is raised, right? What will get aborted? Tell me, while will get aborted or try block will get aborted? Quickly. It's best as you tell me the line number. Of course, it is a try block which will get aborted. And where the control will be, control will come to a catch-all. Somebody had written multiple catches, not required. Catch-all is all sufficient. Now, after you have handled the exception, and I've not done anything, you can always add please retry type methods. Here is only for debugging. We are reading off the pending data, pending tokens from the scanner buffer. And now see this. What is it you are having? This is now your, the while. So the moment I say while is outside, can you tell me, after the exception is handled, will the code abort and come out of main method, or will the code continue? I think it was a simple one. Tell me. Of course, the code will continue. That is the reason I have kept while outside, which is I think straightforward. But if you don't understand it, you do spend a minute on that. Okay, so all these questions I'll take in the lab because it really spends too much time in theory session. Now next one. So I have already discussed case 1. Case 2 is the easiest of the lot. No null checking required. The moment you have the idea that your array list is iterable, can you attach a for each loop? 100%. Can I attach the for loop also? Answer is yes, because it supports index-based operations. Easier is for each, so this. Now the real critical one was case 3. My real exercise was something different. I wanted to find the account summary given the account number. But I just took you step by step. So start looking at it. Now focus. So here, there is a method of the array list. Okay, scratch that. First, let me ask you a question. Forget about methods and all. What is this case about? Is it a create? I'm asking you, giving you choices. In this case, in this option, are we doing create, retrieve, update, delete, searching, sorting? What kind of a thing? Everyone understands that question, I hope. So you are retrieving, you are searching is all fine. Okay, searching I accept. So I have a next question. Are you searching by primary key based criteria or non-primary key based? Okay, if you want a simpler answer, simpler question, what is your searching criteria? Answer is account number. Then the next question is it your primary key? Yes. So that is how people are telling me we are searching by primary key. So now hear my answer and stick to it. I mean, that's how you remember. Anytime you are searching by primary key in an array list, linked list, vector list implementation class, will you have to attach your for each loop and traverse it in the loop, or do you have the ready-made APIs? I'm saying for searching for primary key, is there a ready-made solution or do you have to apply the for each loop or for loop? Answer is ready-made solution. Tell me what all methods you can use, which all methods you can use for searching. One is contains, one is index of, and the other one is last index of. Keep the discussion limited so don't go haywire and you won't feel confused. Okay, so all these methods are working in the 100% same manner. So I'll just explain one and you can understand the other also. So here, so okay, so now you have got this, that we are searching by primary key. So here we say enter, no, so, my mistake. So what is the method? You should have the, at least everyone should remember the this much of the method, array list method. Public boolean contains, and the moment you see object O, it should tell you something. Otherwise, it would have given you the generic argument such as E or T or whatever. So why it is taking the object as an argument? Anyone wants to tell me? Why it is using the object? Because internally it is going to call equals method. And what is the argument of your equals method? Object. So that makes it, that makes it sensible. Okay. So now let us understand when you call, I have got that memory picture for this. Wait a second. So here in one of the lab stations, I mean, one of the labs we had, but it was like everyone can understand it so easily. So now I hope you remember this much of a memory picture. And here I had discussed not contains, but I had discussed index of. Both methods work in the same manner. What I mean by that, just let me tell you something. See this, see what I'm doing. So where is my contains method? Here, if you say control click, it opens your array list class and shows you the internal implementation. So anytime what I say is not clear and you want to go deeper, want to know how they must have implemented it, this is your contains method of the array list. Tell me guys, what is it internally calling? Index of. So when you understand index of, you understand contains, you understand last index of, you understand everything. Okay. So now let us, help me to explain. Okay. I'll start asking you questions. Wait a second. Here. So I hope everyone is clear with the memory picture so far. And now this is the code. I had already drawn this, so I don't want to draw it again and spend time already 1 hour over in just revision. So suppose user gives me, user wants to check the account balance of his or her account. So tell me, what is it? What is the only thing user needs to supply? User needs to give us the primary key. What is the primary key? Simple. You will say in actual net banking, it is customer ID and the password. Of course, I know that. Currently, we are keeping it simple, account number. So now observe things carefully. So here we create, that is the reason we have created overloaded constructor, and you will understand why. So here, if you don't create this overloaded constructor, and if you directly use, see this, here, if you say, okay, I've not written this, so I'll talk in this thing. If you don't use this overloaded constructor, and if you directly pass, listen to this, accounts dot index of 50. So this is the correct code, but I'm asking you what is wrong in that earlier code. So if I say accounts dot index of or accounts dot contains 50, tell me what will happen internally. So internally, JVM will call some method. So which method JVM will call? JVM will call equals method on the type of the argument you pass. So if you pass 50, can you tell me whose equals method JVM will call? JVM will call int is nothing. Okay, integer classes equals method. And the moment you say integer classes equals method, so one argument is integer 50, reference of that, and the other argument will be bank account list. So tell me, is integer and bank account compatible or incompatible? Obviously. Obvious answer is incompatible. So that is why your equals method was returning false continuously. So the problem was not in the API. Problem was in our usage. So what is it you want to compare is two bank accounts. And that is the reason, what is it you are supposed to do? Only two things. First step is, I've given it all in writing in collections readme, go through that. The first step is identify the primary key and override which method in your class, in your user defined list type class, equals method. That is step one. And what is the second step? The second step is provide the overloaded constructor to wrap the primary key. I'll repeat the statements. Two things only you have to do. Those who are you yesterday who are finding, somebody said, instead of doing all this complex, I will write my own for loop. Not standard at all, not optimized at all. So here the point is, you just have to override the equals and supply the overloaded constructor. That's it. And leave everything to JVM. So now I'm showing you the internal working. So this is your overloaded constructor. And this is your index of. And if you say contains internally calls index of. So now actually see the memory picture, please. So here, when I say A, check this from the memory picture. This A is the reference on the stack and it is holding account number 50 and all other details are default initialized 0.0 nulls, etc. Okay, so that is our starting point. Now, how does this index of work? It will simply take your past argument, which is A, and it will start traversing the list. List is an ordered collection. So from first element to last element. So what it will call? It will call A dot equals A1. So this is A dot equals A1. So tell me, in this case, whose equals method it will call? Choices are object classes equals method, integer classes equals method, or your bank account classes equals method. It JVM goes by the type of the object. So what is the type of the object? Bank account. So naturally it will call bank account our overriding version. Okay. So now go faster. So here A's account ID is 50. A1's is 10. What will equals return? True or false? False. Will JVM give up? Never. So what is the next iteration? It has attached the for loop internally. So here it will call now A. I've written everything. A, same argument, dot equals A2. Getting this? So now one is 50, one is 100. What it still returns? False. So it goes to the third one. Finds the same account ID, same account number. So A dot equals A3 will return true. So now tell me, is JVM dumb enough to continue the further search? Of course not. So it stops the searching. And what does contains method return? True. But what does index of method return? The index of first occurrence. So in that case, what is the index value to return? 0, 1, and 2. So you get the position of a match where there is a first occurrence of the specified element, and that is how your index of works internally. This is what I had given the complete flowchart about contains method also exactly the same. So this is what I wanted you to understand. So in one of the batches, of course, we had drawn this together, but rest of you, are you also 100% clear? Is everyone else clear? Because in one batch, like I said, I mean, I know because I got the responses, but others are also clear. Great. So again, I will recap at the cost of boring you. What are the only two things to be done for primary key based searching, unique ID based searching in the list implementation class? Long question. So first is override the which method? Override the equals and supply the constructor. See, the moment you understand, you stop feeling complex about it. You stop feeling confused about it. So I hope you are less confused and feeling better today. So coming back. So let us now just a second. We'll continue. Now I can go a little faster because I have spent time in giving you the internals. So now, what was the requirement? Wait a second. The requirement, this was a dummy in the sense temporary requirement. So see, I'm commenting this. So keeping it still with you in case you just want to refer to it. But the real requirement was something else where everyone will now pitch in because I think I have spent enough time. So what was it? Check if exists is history. I want to fetch the account summary. So fetch. It's a simple one still. I'm still into CRUD. After that, we'll go to searching. I'm sorry, sorting and searching by other criteria and all the extra things. So now here, this part is the same. Um, accept account number from user and display account summary or throw exception, custom exception in case it is not valid. So everything you will dictate. Participate more, enjoy more, understand more. So what is the first thing I should do? Tell me. You can write in short forms. You can tell me. I can understand short forms. So first is, of course, the pretty basic, accept it. So enter the account number. Okay. Now, using this account number, okay, I'll write something, you tell me. So I will first give you the API, method of analyst. So for solving, for fetching the account summary, which method I should use? You have two choices. One choice is contains, other choice is index of, C or I. I hope everyone understands. Guys, contains method is only going to tell you true or false. But what I want to do is, I want to get the data. But for getting the data in the list, I need the index. And who is going to give me that index? Either index of or last index of. But we are not having multiple occurrences, so we'll be happy using index of. So that is what I was giving you. So what is that method? Public int index of, and again your famous object O. Okay, so this is your argument. I mean this, and if the if the specific element is not found, it returns -1. So it is pretty clean, pretty straightforward. And index of is again explained just now. It is based on your equals method. So let's use it. I'll write the left hand side. Okay, I'll write the whole thing. You tell me right or wrong. So I'll just say, what is my variable name? Account list dot index of. And if I say simply sc dot next int, right or wrong. So if I write this, what will happen? Of course, wrong. So your choices are compile time error, runtime error, or the wrong output. Tell me. Answer is wrong output. So consistently, what is it I'll get? Irrespective of the account number, I will continuously get false. Why? I'm so sorry. -1. I made a miss. -1, those who said are correct. This is index of. So it will continuously return -1. Why? Because whose equals method it will call? It will auto box this int into integer and continuously it will call the integer classes equals on. One is integer, one is bank account, totally mismatched, totally incompatible. So this is where you have a mess. So here what we do is, you can do it in one step, two steps, all your call. Later I'm going to refactor it into a method anyway. I'm not going to write this code 20 times a day. So, but still you are learning, so not so fast. Okay. So now this is where your overloaded constructor, which is wrapping the primary key is called. And now if I pass A here, now tell me internally JVM will call which classes, which method for finding out the index to fill in the blanks. Which classes, which method, bank accounts equals. How do you know what we are saying is correct or not? That is the reason I've written here in accounts equals. In the very similar manner, shortly, I will show you how sorting is done. I won't explain the sorting algorithm because that is all internal, but how that sorting algorithm is called. See, very similar to what you are learning today, just now. Anyway, one thing at a time. So now, here, I have already explained it is based on equals. And now I have to check. I have to check if it is -1. Sorry, if the element is found or not. So that is where I'm suggesting do the checking. So if index is -1, what does it mean? Found the element or not found the element? Tell me. Of course, not found the element. So I could have done. See, you'll say why you are throwing exception left, right, and center. I can always say if SOP this, but exception handling. And soon I'm going to refactor this code into a method. So allow me to throw the exception. So which exception should I throw? Built-in exception in Java or custom exception? Suggestion, recommendation is don't use built-in exceptions. They mean something else. So let us choose our custom exception, which is your account handling exception, I guess, right? Yeah. And here, what I can say is, what was that? Invalid account number. Okay. So you can give more this cannot fetch summary because wrong account number and all that. Now, another programmer's tip is always do the error condition checking first. What is the advantage? I don't have to write else. I said, look for the error condition first, throw the exception. The moment the exception is raised, the control cannot come to the next line. So that is else is also saved. You don't have to write else. So if the control comes here, what does it indicate? What does it imply? Found account ID or not found account ID, or valid account ID or not. So it is valid account. Okay, so valid account ID. But now all I have got is the index, which is totally useless to the end user. But it is an index-based collection, contiguous array and all that. So in goes the index, out comes the value. So which is the array list method, I know it is little harder. I mean, simple methods, but still I'll write public. The method is get, everyone is, and this is generic method. I mean, this is using generics, public E, get. What is the input which goes in? Index goes in, and out comes the element. But I'm saying do this necessarily, otherwise you'll get that index out of bounds if somebody gives you invalid argument, invalid input as in. So this is it. And then I can use directly, I can say account summary, very similar things you had done yesterday. So I hope now you can relate, or those, I don't know exact percentage, but whatever percentage has not completed, I'm sure they will find it very easy to complete it by in the today's lab. So what was it? Account list dot get, and in goes the index, out comes the element. So this will work using ON. This doesn't run in constant time because it is a sequential searching. So it depends on the worst case scenario. What is the worst case scenario? The account ID which I'm looking for is sitting in the last slot. So this definitely runs using ON factor. But here, this method, when you have the index, will it run in O1 factor, constant time performance, or variable? O1 or ON? What will be the answer here? The getting by index, this runs in constant time performance. Okay, so you know which methods you should have and which methods run in constant time and which don't. So is everyone 100% clear so far? I'm talking to those who have not completed. Those who have completed, very good, excellent, keep it up. But I'm more worried or more concerned, you know, about those who did not complete. So once you do this, rest all, as far as searching by primary keys involved, is the copy paste, is the same. So let us take the next one. I'll will test it at the end. Let's not waste time in between. So generic questions I don't want to. Yeah. So here. So this is display error message on this. Okay. So take the next one. And I'm not going to say anything. You are going to like dictate the whole stuff because it is literally a copy paste kind of a thing. So case 4, this is what you start thinking. So I want to take what inputs. This is your funds transfer. I'm not taking that withdraw deposit because funds transfer anyway involves that. So think about it. I will just add an option. I want to transfer the funds from one account to another account. So what are the inputs you're going to take from user is source account number, destination account number, and the transfer amount. So let me add that. Okay. So let me hear your thinking. How will you approach this problem? So first of all, let us talk about what are the inputs you are taking so that you know we can build our case properly. So enter. What are the 3 inputs you're going to take? Source account ID, source account number, destination account number, and the amount to transfer. Okay. And okay, so then you can use that. So let's say I'll not write anything. You can dictate. So can you don't tell me line by line. Tell me the overall approach. So here, yes. So accept 2 account numbers, absolutely. And how do I verify? See, I have got int sc.nextInt and all. So I've got source account number. Imagine I've got destination account number. But how do I verify whether it exists or not? So are we searching by primary key or not? Vipin, you won't require all that. We have a method you've forgotten. We have written a method transfer funds. We are using searching by primary key. I'm making the same old statement. Still you say you are bored. The moment you have a searching by primary key, do I have to write any looping or iteration or can I use ready-made APIs? Answer is ready-made APIs. Mayuri, if you say contains, contains will require, contains will return only true or false. Is it sufficient or insufficient? Insufficient. Okay. So which is the better one? Which can get me the index of, are you getting me? So here we will have the index of, I'm saying same code. So exactly the same code will be repeated. Okay. So here enter the account number, that is enter source account number. This step, same or different? Same. Wrap your source account number into source account reference. Next one, call index of. Then you check whether index is -1, throw the exception, otherwise continue. So tell me, writing the same code 20 times is a good programming design or refactoring it into a method and calling that method is better? I hope everyone agrees the other one is better. So this is how you know modify. So here suspend this, pause this, and let's add a method. So this is not a validation rule. Okay. So this is your collection related helpers. So I'm creating under the utils. This is how we increase the layers. Validation rules, conversions validation, invalidation rules. This is your collection utility code. So let us create another layer. If you're wondering what she means by layer, another class with the separate functionality. And typically we call it as collection utils. Okay. Later in IO, we will write IO utils or DB utils, database utils, the DAO layers and all that. This is how it will increase. So collection utils. And here, Again, I will write in comment, you will write the code. I mean, you will help me write the code. Add static method, add a static method for what? The for verifying. Somebody had used the word verifying bank account. Okay. So see, always respond to such things because you know that makes your thinking clearer. So first part is easy, public static. Quickly tell me, what should be the return type of the method? Void or non-void? Ranjit is saying index. I can do better than index. Int, no. Int and void, I'm not accepting. Anything better than that? Why don't you return the bank account reference itself, which will be so cool, so that user doesn't have to do anything at all. Okay. See, if you say index, again somebody has to call the get method or that remove method or whatever. So best answer is, I mean, I'm not saying best or worst, but the valid answer or the fitting answer can be bank account. So everything is wrapped in the method. And let's say verify account. Anyone wants to tell me what are the inputs? You have done very similar things in array days. Only thing is there you are slogging more. Here you are slogging less. So which is the primary key? Account number. Everyone knows that. And there is something else you need to pass. What else you need to pass? Account number is yes. Of course, array list, the data. Okay. So here the data and here it is your array list. And array list of what it is? Bank account type. And I can use the different variable name. And if you want, see, the same method can be used in variety of cases. And in one you can, I want to say that account summary cannot be found because invalid account ID. In some case, I might want to say that withdraw field or I mean whatever. So if you want to be more, I mean, you know, detail, you can pass the error message also. So what is that error message you want? That also you can dictate. This is optional. Third argument is you I can come out with the same error message saying invalid account number. But then the end user doesn't know where it failed. So I'm saying help user more. You'll understand it in a minute. So the code you already know. So what is that code? Now I'll make it all one liner. Int index is equal to accounts, which is the method to use index of. And what to use is you can't pass the account number as it is. Otherwise, it will go tangent and it will start calling the integer classes equals. We don't want that to happen. So new bank account and whatever is the account number. It could be source account, destination account. I don't care. Just give me account number. I'll validate it for you. I'll verify it for you. And then I'm saying if index equal to -1. Again, I'm suggesting look for error conditions. You know this. Throw new. If we just wrote it there. Account handling exception. And with that specific error message, whatever I want. Sometimes withdrawal could fail. Sometimes funds transfer could fail. Sometimes fetching account summary can fail. Anything. You know, compiler forces the handling of the checked exceptions. So here we are not handling, delegating it to the caller. Is everyone understanding? So this is satisfying the compiler as usual. And if the control comes here, what is it I should return? Answer that. I have to return something, otherwise you'll get this. So I should return the bank account reference at a particular index position. And you know, which is the method? Get is the method for that. So accounts.get, in goes the index, out comes the data. Are we understanding how we refactor the code? So whatever repetitive functionality, this one, Sonu, you are missing the point. We have already done that check in the withdraw function. Okay, let me follow line by line. So here, this is verify account. So the method is written. Let's use our own method. Okay, so test account list. Tell me, do I require all of this? I don't. Okay, I require some of it. So see this, whole of this bulk of repetitive code. Repetitive code in the jargon is called as boilerplate code. So that goes off. enter account number. And now who has to call whose method for which purpose? The tester has to call collection util static method for verifying the account. So, import static helps you to reduce the code. So here, import static. What follows after import static? Whose static method you want to call? Fully qualified name. So what was that? Utils. Validation utils I'm not using. Collection utils and verify account. So that is the method. And that becomes, the code becomes so easy after that. So I'll just say verify account. Okay. Just see this. So here, what all things I have to pass? First, tell me first argument. What should I pass here first? The account number sc dot next int. Okay. Account list, which is the error list containing the account references. And this is that error message I'm saying. So fetch summary field, and the reason being invalid account number. Are you getting me? What is happening? Are you understanding? So I need some yes or no. Are we clear there? If not, because I can explain always. And now, what is this verify account method going to return? Either it will throw the exception or it will return me the verified thing. So see what I'm doing here. It's just refactoring the code. I can do it in one line. So here, plus, let me adjust the brackets. Give me a minute. And I hope you will all agree, code looks a lot cleaner. So all this, give me a second. I'll put it in here. Okay. So spend a minute with me and then rest of it you will dictate. So see the thing. You decide which approach to take. I'm not pushing you right on the first or second day like do this, but over time you yourself will get bored writing the same repetitive code and copy pasting. So isn't it easier? So go from inner to outer. We are calling verify account a static method. What are the three arguments I'm passing? Account number, error list of accounts, and a specific error message to be given to the user. So there are two possibilities. So tell me, in case I give the invalid account number, what will this method do? Will it return the bank account reference or will it throw the exception? Tell me. It will throw the exception. So the moment exception is thrown, this entire case is aborted, entire inner try block is aborted, control comes to catch. So it comes here. There could be some pending tokens, pending inputs that we are reading it off. And here you have the while again. So I hope people are clear why I kept the while outside. So again, user can retry. So if you have just tell me, is everyone clear with the refactored code? If you say no, that is too much for me, or I don't want to do that, you can write the code as I had written earlier. But now you'll understand it becomes so easy when you want to do it here. So now start telling me. I want to use this verify account method naturally. So tell me what should I do first? The first line. I have to get the source account reference. So here, see the coding becomes this. Bank account source equal to, can you just see the cleanliness here, sc dot next end, right? The error list is the same. And here I'll say, you know now, invalid source account. Are we getting it? So clean and so clear. I hope you agree with me. So this is the validation of the first one. You will say that, okay, I will write the whole thing in the method. Of course you can. Nothing. This is just an example. So here I'm saying, I'm verifying whether the destination account exists. Are we 100% clear so far? Nobody is feeling lost? If you're feeling lost, tell me right away. I can take after the end of the day. It becomes too much. And you have that feeling that, okay, I've not understood this. So if the control reaches here, what does it imply? It implies that source and destination accounts are valid. Everyone agrees with me? Now, so hold on here and check. Yesterday, while writing, we have already written. See, the account related business logic has to be within the bank account. That is that encapsulation and all that, cohesion basically. So here I have already got the method. I just have to, rather you just have to call this method. So anyone wants to call this method. Are you understanding? I don't have to, somebody was saying I have to check the minimum balance, not required. This method is calling withdraw, and in withdraw method, we are already validating the balance. Are you getting me? So all the checks are all inbuilt. Inbuilt in the sense embedded. So just a one-liner. Tell me that one-liner, please. How do I call it? I have to withdraw, sorry. I have to transfer from source to destination. So, and it's an instance method. So src dot, what is that method name? Transfer funds to destination, and the amount is user supplied. So here I'll say sc dot next double. Are we understanding the coding practices or whatever? I mean, refactoring and using our own APIs. And if the control comes here, see, the control can fail. It can fail here because of the invalid this, or it can fail here because of insufficient funds, the transfer could not take place, etc. So, but if the control comes here, it implies that transfer successful, right? So accordingly, give this funds transferred successfully. And you can, of course, check by again running that for each or that option 2 or whatever, and we'll actually see whether the withdraw and deposit has taken place correctly. So do spend some time in revising as always, and you'll get there. Is everyone clear so far? Are you understanding how to make use of your own APIs? Fully clear? Okay, very good. So this was the next one in the requirement. So this is what will you call it? It is actually an update operation. We are updating not the array list, but the state of the objects, state of the account objects, but it involved again searching by primary key. So I could use the API. That is how you should solve a problem. Next one. So I'm going sequentially. Okay, this is the easiest of the lot, I believe, but I won't say that. You can say, you can tell me. So wait a second. Yes, 5. You should start, in your mind, start thinking that what is it you're going to use and all that. Okay. So here, this is user wants to, this is a CRUD operation, I told you. So this is a delete, create, retrieve, update, delete. We are into delete part. Update part is done. So now, which is the method you want me to use? Anyone wants to tell me? You have done this yesterday. Some of you have done it. Exactly. Verify, validate if the account ID exists, and then call the remove. Okay. But now see which remove method you want to use. Okay. Give me a second here. Don't go by memory. If you see, there are 2 remove methods. One is remove by index. One is remove by object. So yes, anything can be used. I just want to see your thinking. Are you understanding what I'm saying? One is remove by object, removes the first occurrence of the specified element, or removes the element at a particular position. Which one? So here, see, both can be used. But why I'm saying I'm going to use remove by object, because see the method which we have written together. This method, which method I'm talking about? Where is that? Collection utils method. What is it returning? Is it returning me the index, or is it returning me the reference? Returning the reference. And once here, already you have iterated over the entire collection. So why do you want to do it again? So we will take the reference and simply pass it through remove. But those who are not written such a method, example yesterday, you must have used the index of first. From index of got the validated index, and then you use remove by index. But since I have written this method, I'm going to use remove by object, first occurrence of object. It is always good, to write the things in a different manner and understand all. So anyway, let's finish it faster. A simple thing, so I'm saying faster. Enter account number to close the account. And all I need to do is, you know the whole answer. I'll write, okay, so I'll first write the ArrowList API. Which is the ArrowList method I'm going to use? Public Boolean. This doesn't return me the removed account reference. So I'll just know whether it succeeded or it did not. So public Boolean method name is remove. And here it accepts object O. I'm saying this again slowly and clearly. Don't change your code, whatever you have written. If you have used that other method, other means overloaded, remove by index, it is fine. Okay, as long as you are not doing the iteration through the loop internally twice, thrice, I can accept any code. So coming back, this is it. And then it becomes pretty easy. What it is, I'll say Boolean. You can use ternary also. I'm creating the flag as remove. And what should I call here? I should call account list dot remove. Can anyone tell me what should I call inside? What should I pass inside? I just have to call the method, which is the method we have got, verify account. Okay. What is the input I have to give? The account number for closing, sc.nextend. Okay. Account list is already there. And here the message is account closing failure. I mean, whatever field. And you know the reason. The reason is invalid account number. And here I can say, I could have used the ternary. I'm not using. If removed, don't have to say if removed double equal to true. The removed itself is a Boolean condition. So you don't have to convert it yet again to a Boolean condition. If removed, simply say SOP account closed successfully. And I don't have to say else, because if there is an exception, anyway, I'm going to get the error message via the catch block. So I think I've messed up here. Where is the problem here? Case 5. Okay, I have missed out on the colon. Yeah, I got that. So spend a minute to yourself with yourself and tell me frankly, openly. If anyone out of 254 is lost, tell me. I can immediately explain. Don't keep that hesitation or whatever that confusion with you. Everyone is clear? It is reusing our own methods and very powerful methods of your collection framework. So now, let me ask you, just for my own confidence, if I say, okay, listen to the question being asked, because everything you have to really understand internally. So if suppose user had given me the account ID of 100, this account ID. So when I say enter the account ID to close, account number user gave me 100. So what will happen? You know the whole method. So it is working on index of. So whose reference it will return? It will return A2. I said our verify account method will return the reference of A2, copy of A2, of course. And when you say account list dot remove A2, what will happen to the subsequent elements? Everyone knows it. What will happen internally to the other elements, subsequent elements? The indexes, it is going to be left shifted, meaning what? There's no adjustment of pointers. The index will, shift left, this one, not shift right, shift left. You are removing, you are called a whole. So it will shift left all the references by one. In short, indices will be reduced by one. So all these things are happening internally without you bothering. So this was about, I think, CRUD operation done. You created the account. You could retrieve all the accounts. You could retrieve the account by the primary key. This was your update. I'm not saying update in error list, update in the state of accounts, withdraw deposit. And this is your account closing. This finishes basic CRUD operations. When I take you to database, database means the Java part or JDBC or later Hibernate, you will be performing similar CRUD operations, but in the database. That time you won't require the memory-based collections. You will still require, but largely our data will be in database. In short, the nature of the code will be similar. Going ahead. Let's solve the next one here. I'm just talking. Okay, first let us talk about it. So here, now suppose the, one quarter or 1 year is over, and now the bank wants to apply interest on all saving accounts. Are you understanding? It's a pretty common. I'm taking business logic part very easy so that you can focus on collection framework. So what is the input I'll be taking is period, for what period you want to compute interest, and the interest rate. And here we are having a simple interest. So I hope simple interest formula everyone knows. What is that simple interest formula? PNR upon 100. And this interest, banking, the interest gets deposited to your principal, gets added to your principal, and then the next you can have the compound interest and all that. So first you have to write a method. Okay, sorry, let me go systematically. So this applying interest is related to bank account. So instead of slogging in the tester and keeping the code open, let us hide that code. Let us, add a method, apply interest inside the bank account. So which will be the two inputs for that? One is period in years and one is interest rate. So let us do that first, so that, and then we can talk about collection framework and which methods to use and all that. So first, let me finish the banking logic or the core functionality. So here I'm saying, okay, so apply interest. I hope you are understanding the splitting of logic, what we are doing. And here is the, here are the inputs. Sorry, I messed up. So let us add, what is wrong? This is numlock problem. Okay, so input period here. So let me add a method. It's a business logic method. Why I'm writing it as a non-static method? It is going to operate on a particular account. And applying interest on all accounts, that part we will write it on the in the tester. So public void apply interest. And what is the input? I said already. So the whole idea becomes easy. So first is the period. And the next is the rate. So double interest rate. Okay. So what should I do here? It's a simple one. So calculate the simple interest first. So double. Yes. How do you calculate? Everyone knows the formula. I just said PNR upon 100. So that is your balance into current balance, that is this dot balance, into period into rate. So suppose I say 10%, 10%, nobody gets, okay, 5% or whatever. So into rate upon 100. Okay. And how do I apply this to the my current account or my saving account or whatever, whichever account? How do I do this? I've got the simple interest calculator, simple APIs. I'm not talking anything complicated. So what is it? We have to do is you have to deposit it. So I could say balance plus equal to simple interest, or I insist on using our own methods. So deposit the simple interest. Are we clear in the simple functionality? Yes. Okay. So that's it. So that is all hidden, nicely tucked away in the your, what is it called, bank account class. Now focus on, my real focus was never on this. This anyone can write. It's just a one-liner code. So here, now talk about this and let's see whether you can give me the answer. Wait a second. One more menu I'm adding, option I'm adding. So this is fine. You have a lot of thinking time I'm giving. So use that thinking time. Apply interest. Okay. But I want to apply interest not on all different type of accounts, only on the saving type of account. Okay. You'll say why? Why not on current account also answer interest? I have a requirement of my own. So here, okay, 5 was my mistake. Wait a second. 5 was close, I guess. Close account. And 6 is apply interest. Have I done it correctly? Yes. So now Control Shift F for formatting is 6 and it's break. Okay. So start answering the questions. What is the first step I should? Okay, first step is pretty easy. Anyway, I would like to hear it from you. What is the first step here? Accept. Because you see, you'll say where you accept such things, but any bank refers to RBI, and RBI, Reserve Bank of India, keeps telling you that these are the interest rates for this particular duration, this particular period, this type of account. So we are making that all like user input. So what are the two inputs we are accepting from user? Answer that. It's a simple question, simple answer. Period and the, yeah, time and the, okay, period and the rate. Done. So let me do that line by line and the real thing will start then. So enter. Actually, we have a web service kind of a principle, and bank contacts the web service, the resting endpoint or any endpoint, contacts RBI and gets the details. But we are far too early. We don't know what is web services and all that. We have not done web services yet, so we are taking all the inputs. But later, when you actually create a full-fledged, banking system, you can definitely contact other banks or your RBI, for example, and get the data online. So enter, currently nothing of the sort, enter period and rate, that is interest rate. So suppose I have accepted it. Now tell me, how will you solve this assignment? How will you solve this particular thing? So I'll help you. Okay, let me say this. Does it involve any searching or no searching is involved? Searching is required or not required? Searching is required. Okay, so the next question, Ashish has already answered me, but I still want everyone in the loop. So is it searching by primary key or non-primary key? Forget that if you don't understand. I'm asking you, no, forget that because people are giving me all this. What is the searching criteria here? Anyone wants to tell me? What is the searching criteria? It is the account type. Don't say saving. It's the account type. So then ask yourself the next question. Is it the account type primary key or non-primary key? Non-primary key. Because for one account type, I mean, I can have different accounts, right? I mean, for saving, I can have 20 different accounts, right? So it is non-primary key. So now the famous statement, if you are searching by non-primary key, can you use ready-made API such as contains index of, last index of? It's a yes or no question. Answer is no. Why not? You are right. But why no? Don't just go by the tone of the question or whatever. Tell me why no? Because all these APIs internally call equals. Are you getting me? And equals. So guys, are you going to suddenly change your equals method, which was based on account number to account type? Wrong thinking. Because different accounts can have same account type. So how can you make it as primary key? So don't go by the assignment. You have to be sure what is your primary key and you have already written it. So I cannot use simply. See, it is such a clear-cut thinking. Ask yourself, searching? Yes. Primary key or non-primary key? Non-primary key. So all these options are gone. Which options are gone? Ready-made APIs are gone. Contains index of, last index of are gone. So what is the only option left? Ashish had told me already. Yes, but I want to hear it from more. What is the only option? Till I show you functional programming in Java, you have to attach a loop and traverse over the loop, searching for the match. Iterate using either for or Sonakshi, you can use for each also. For each is easier. But wait for more days, 1 or 2 more days maybe, and then we will enter the exciting world of functional programming. And you can see there are higher order functions such as filter and all that, and you can filter the elements and then map or whatever. I mean, then there is a lot. So coming back to the point, Everyone understands it. So let me just get this details, period, sc dot next end. I hope you have got the basic idea. It is just now the implementation and double rate, correct? Sc dot next double. We have to read it only once. You can't read it in the loop and all that. So I read off this. Now easier is what? For. So here for each bank account A in account list, right? Yeah. And why this is possible? Simple fact is arrow list is iterable. And whatever is iterable, you can attach a for each. Now there's a check. So dictate. What should I look for? I should look for account type. Here you have a slight problem. This is all tightly encapsulated. So what is it I'll have to supply? Obviously, a getter. So simply add a getter here. I'm generating. So generate, what was it? Account type, right? Yeah, so get type. Otherwise, you can't access the account type from outside. And here, what it is, A dot get type. What should I check? What should I use? After that, what should I use? I want to check whether it is a saving type at all. How should I do it? So answer is, I hope you remember, the enum has already overridden the equals. So you will use that. So you can use either equals also, but all enum constants are self-type singleton. Singleton means individual instances. So in this special case, you can either use equals or you can use double equal to. Both are alike. I'll repeat it slowly and clearly. I'm saying if you want to test the equality of two enums, you can definitely use the equals method. But since enum constants are just one type, I mean one instance of a specific type, for example, your silver, no, not silver, what is it? Saving, current, DMAT, FD are all different. So singleton instances, one single instance of the enum type, you can use double equal to also. But I just feel scared because, then students will start using by mistake this for string. So to continue with uniform things, let us use the equals. But you definitely try double equal to 100% it will work only for enum. Now tell me, what is it I should check it with? Which is the account type where I want to apply the interest is the saving. But you remember, all those constants are public, static, final. So how do you access static member? Enum name dot member name. And if you say, what is it? Import static makes it even easier. So wait a second. I'll just add. I'm all for shortcuts, and you should also be. Why waste time in writing too much code? So my enum is in com.app.core, and here, what is the name of this account type? I guess dot. I can simply say star. So anytime I want to use values, value of and all, it can still work. So coming back here, now I can access directly the constant. So if you're still confused, I don't think anyone is confused, but if anyone by chance by this, so you can always use account type dot saving. Instead of equals, you will get the same result even with double equal to logical equality because enum constants are the singletons, one single instance of a specific type. So coming back to this, now if I come here, I have got the match. So what should I do now? The next line is easiest. We have already written the API method, A dot, what is that method? Apply interest, period and rate. That's it. And then you can give a message or something if you want, applied interest and all that. But I'm not writing any, okay, if you want, I can write. Just so that you are all clear. So I'll give you a minute or half a minute or whatever. If anyone is lost, do speak up. Is everyone clear? If not, let me know immediately so that the confusion doesn't get accumulated. Are we clear? We're just trying to give you all kind of different functionalities, because people definitely ask you mixed questions. Given some business logic, they ask you fit it in a suitable data structure and solve. So I'm trying the solving part. I've got only 2 responses. So does that mean the rest of you are lost? You go systematically. There's not complex, there are not complex things. Inputs, then because it is, so I'll write it here, searching by non-primary key. You don't have any ready-made APIs. No, cannot use. Which methods you cannot use? Any equals based methods. In short, contains, I keep saying the same things 10 times. Contains index of and last index of, right? So this is out. So you only have the option till you learn the functional programming, the higher order function, you have to do it yourself. So you are checking account by account. If the type is saving, then you apply the interest and say accordingly. So that's it. So let me see, now I got at least some more this. Okay. Can we use iterator? Yes, of course. But Pratiksha, you're missing the point. Implicit iterator itself is for each. So what you are saying is exactly the same thing I have done. Only explicitly, I'll show you iterator after some time. I'm going for a simpler solution. So I'm doing it. With iterator, we will do something very interesting. We'll do that after I enter the iterator part. Okay, so currently focus on the code being discussed and just check whether your for each and this checking is all clear. I will definitely give you give us a requirement where your for each will not work, but you will have to explicitly use the iterator. Just wait for some time. Okay, next one. So this was discussed. Okay, so I think we can just verbally discuss it. If I see that you are not understanding, of course I will write it. Tell me. I've already told you how to, think and how to go ahead and all that. Anyway, you read the requirement. First tell me, is the requirement clear? Is the question clear? Okay, so requirement is clear. I as a bank manager, I could be logged in as a bank admin, a bank manager role. So as a bank manager, I want to find out the names and account balance of all those bank accounts which are created after a particular date. So, what I'm going to take from user, except from user or that manager or whatever, is the threshold date. So I'm asking you, how will you solve it? The question is clear. So how will you solve? Same question. Is it searching, sorting, CRUD or whatever? Wait a second. I'll first answer Ronak. Which equals method will be called for checking account type? Equals method of the enum. Ronak, you remember all our enums extend from java.lang.enum. I had taken it long back. So please open sometime in the lab the java.lang.enum class, and they have overridden the equals method to check the equality of the enums. Okay, so that's the answer. Okay, so yeah, so tell me, what is it? I forgot. What is it we are doing here? We are definite, not sorting. Where you are doing sorting, Pallav? You went into sorting. I'm not talking about this. This is later. We are talking about this. So there's no sorting involved. Where I said I want to see it in a sorted manner, it is a searching requirement. So this definitely involves searching. So tell me, searching by what? What is your searching criteria? Keep on answering fast. Searching by the account creation date. So that is your account creation date. So what is the next question you should ask yourself? Is it a primary key based searching or is it a non-primary key based searching? Of course, non-primary key. Why? Because on the same date, I could have created, or I could have, have multiple accounts created by multiple customers. So the moment it is non-primary key, can you make use of those contains ready-made methods which internally call equals? Answer is no. So what is the only way? So Pratiksha, for example, because she was asking me, I can use iterator. I can use something called as list iterator. I can use for loop. All I meant is I have to traverse over the collection and search for it. Okay. And the easiest way I can do that is using for each. So there's nothing like one approach. I'm telling you, all four approaches are identical, equivalent. I can use for loop, for each loop. I'll show you something called as iterator and the list iterator. Everything is possible. Easiest is for each. Everyone can understand it. So since I'm taking so much time, might as well solve it. I was not going to actually, but like I said, instead of just talking about it, it gives you a different this. I mean, it gives you a chance to participate. Okay. So this is my requirement. Sorry. So now everything has to come from you. I think I have spent enough time. So let me just add the option here. I'll just call it as display details by date. Okay. So let me first input the date, and just a date will not suffice. I mean, it will be a string date. So what is it? I'll have to parse it into string to date. So I'll say date D or whatever, input date, something. You remember we have written a method. That is why, always decouple the code. So here I don't have to waste time thinking that how do I do it? Where is that SDF and all that? Have I got it? Oh, sorry, I don't have it. So I can write it in a minute. I thought I have already written it. Public static date, convert date, and string date. These things at least I feel people should be clear. Return which class has which method, SDF dot. I don't have a SDF here. It is all repetitive, so I expect the full understanding by now. Import static. And what is the class I want to use? Which is the class? It is my bank account class dot star. You can see dot SDF. Now I can see this and parse. Since I don't want to handle the exception here, okay, parse exception. Fine. Oh, I got it all wrong, looks like. When you don't pay attention, things go wrong. Control shift, alt shift, control shift. So which is the exception I want to import is this. Okay. And I think we are done here. Now I can call the method directly. So I will use convert date. Next. Are you all completely clear so far? Now, next one. Next one has to come from you. I have given you the basic input date. So a for loop, for each loop, iterator, anything will do. So we'll go for a simple for each. So for each bank account, A in account list. Tell me, what should I do? I'm looking at your answer. So first is I have to find the creation date. So I got the answer from mention get creation date dot after. Yes, absolutely. So generate a getter first. It's not responding. So let me generate another getter. You can generate all the getters and keep it ready, no issue. Which is the one for creation date. You're going to require for different sorting criterias anyway, very soon. So this is it. And then I have to say if after a particular date, right? So which are the methods already Anshuman told me after, before, so many things. So simply use the after, get creation date dot after which date? After the input date. So then this is the account. These are the details I want to display. So I want to display only two details. So which two details I want? Name of the customer and account balance. So which getters I will add, I'll require to add. That is why I was saying generate all the getters. So I'll say select getters. I don't want here. So that every time I don't have to come here. Anywhere I want to update the state, I will only add that particular setter. So coming back to the point, here SOP E dot get customer name, that's the customer name and the balance. I'm not formatting it, but the point is to make you familiar with the API. So E dot get balance or something. And here I will just write list of customer names and balance for accounts created after a particular date. So that is your input date, but I will use SDF dot format. Definitely spend time in this. I've got SDF, great. So I just want to give the, title. What is it you are looking at? So I think we are done here. So I will wait here for a complete minute. Tell me if the solution is clear or not. If not, ask a question. You just tell me the line number. I can explain it all any time. This is not sorting. I'm not entered sorting. I'm just going through the searching parts and searching with the non-primary key. I'm not able to see your messages. Is that clear? Okay, great. But anyone not clear, I'm definitely expecting this. So don't keep your doubt to yourself. One by one, you should ask. So this is what now includes what all we have done since morning, after the revision, of course, the CRUD operations, and also we talked about different searching criteria which were not based upon primary keys. That way it is. Line number 91. Okay. So wait a second. I'll just open 91. Yeah. So look at this. This is where we are iterating. This one, Chandana, I guess. So I don't know where my account is. Where is the match? So I have to iterate over all. So here, if you just take this code, what I'll do is I'll show you from the memory picture. Maybe sometimes that helps. So suppose these are the accounts created so far, and user has given me the threshold input date. So understand the loop. For each bank account A in accounts, so the first will be A1. So I'm saying if A1 dot get creation date. So from A1 you come here. When you say get creation date, it will tell you the date of creation, its account creation, and that we are using after a particular date. So here you are checking the state. So if you apply it with the code, if you look at the code, A dot get creation date will show you A1's creation date. That you are checking, is it after the threshold date? If yes, printing the name and the balance. If not, there's nothing to print. So you are continuing to the next iteration. Are we clear, Chandana? Okay, great. Most welcome. So this is where we finish the all basics, including CRUD, including searching and all that. Now let us enter sorting. So don't worry, I know the time and all that. So I'll just do something in next 2 minutes. So here we are talking about different sorting requirements. Okay. So here, let me ask you a simple question before before taking a break and all. If I say sort accounts as per the ascending account IDs or account numbers, what we have got currently is the array list. So let me ask you a question. Is array list the ordered collection or is it a sorted collection? O or S? Ordered means what? It remembers the order of insertion. Sorted means sorted as per some criteria. Everyone knows it. It is an ordered collection. So for example, if I add the accounts, that is the reason I did not generate it in the auto increment manner. So if I add the accounts with the IDs 10, 5, 2, free, assorted, random, arbitrary. Then when you attach the iterator or your for each, am I going to get the ordered output or sorted output, ascending ordered or just ordered as per insertion? Of course, ordered as per insertion. So now I say, my manager says, my branch manager, my manager, whatever, is saying that give me the accounts sorted as per the ascending account numbers. Okay, that is one of it. User may change his mind, user as in the one who wants to generate the reports and find reports as per descending account numbers. I'm not going to solve everything, but there are different sorting criterias I'm explaining. You could be writing, you could be wanting, or your manager could be wanting to generate a report for accounts sorted as per creation date. Forget about that without touching UDT. That's a detail. Then I can say another report, another button. Right now we don't have buttons and all, but you can make it added GUI and you can think of it. Currently switch casing. So I can say one other case, another option, sort accounts as per multiple sorting criterias. Okay, so this is what we are trying to talk about. So now the good news is the requirement clear? What is being discussed is clear? What is being required is clear? I hope it is clear. So I'm saying the best news I can give you. Why? Why collection framework? I told you yesterday. Ready-made implementation of standard, this thing, yes, exactly, this thing, standard data structure algorithm. So without you wasting your time or investing is wrong word, investing your time in writing sorting algorithm, the best possible sorting algorithm, most efficient sorting algorithm is already written by Java, is already added. So I'll show you when we do that. There is a method. Somebody said sort method. So okay. So there is a ready-made method in the utility class. So which is the name of the utility class? There are two utility classes. If you are working on arrays, the name of the utility class, helper class, is arrays. And look for, you might have done it also, arrays.sort. Okay. But today we are not in arrays, we are in collections. So there is a helper class called as collections. And if using that collections class, you can use it. So before dispersing, before taking a break, I'll just tell you, and I'll just write a two-liner code and then we'll just stop. So what is it we are doing is here, search for collections. Okay. So when you see search, I mean, you'll find a class collections. This is a helper class which consists of static methods which either operate on collection types or which return, and it contains a lot of algorithms, searching, sorting, etc. So right now there is a scary looking method. When I say scary looking, what I mean is a full of generic syntax, which we'll cover in the second half. So here, forget about this generic syntax. This is a classic example of a generic method. First, I'll show you a simple example of generic method and then I'll discuss all this. So don't look at that. Just look at the argument. So what is this argument taking? List of type T. Okay. So all you have to pass is the list of elements. So one question, simple question. When the argument type is list, which of the following I can pass? Choices are array list, linked list, vector, hash set. Okay, let's make it simple. List implementation, yes, of course, I will provide, don't worry. What is it we are saying? Can I pass the list implementation classes? Option 1. Can I pass set implementation classes? Option 2. Can I pass map implementation classes? Option 3. All of above, none of above, etc. Answer is, of course, when you say list, if the argument was collection, I could pass any set, any list because it is a collection. But the moment the argument type is list, what is the only thing I can pass? Only list implementation classes, including array list, linked list, vector. Okay, this is the basic part of API. Okay, and now read the description. Sorts the specified list into ascending order as per something called as natural ordering. Okay, so what is natural ordering, what is custom ordering, all after break. So I will just create, uh, I don't want to disturb this, but okay, I'll do this. And then I was going to, what I was thinking is I will write a code just having an integer list or string list and show you. But just give me 1 minute and you will know that things are not as simple also. So here I want to sort. Sort what? Accounts as per, let's say some natural ordering, some ascending order of account numbers. I hope the, what is it called? The comment is clear. And do you remember the method? If you click on it, it is a static method. Everyone knows how to call the static method. Forget looking at time, forget the import static also. Collections is the name of the class. Control space java.util. And which is the method I want to call is collections.sort. And what is the argument? Anyone wants to tell me what is the argument here you have to supply? The argument is the any list. So is array list a list? Yes. So if I pass your so-called account list, the surprise is, okay, don't go by what I'm saying. Is it having a compiler error or not? I hope you can see it is definitely cribbing. And it is telling you the method sort, whatever, in the type collections is not applicable to array list of bank accounts. So even though Java has taken care of your, providing the sorting algorithm, still things are not as ready-made as they sound. And why it is failing? It is not failing because the type is array list. It is failing because think like JVM. You have told JVM to sort your accounts, but JVM will come back to and say, okay, fine, I can do my own sorting, but at least tell me the sorting criteria. JVM not being a magician, how can it know whether you want to sort it by account number and customer name, or customer name and type, or whatever permutation combination. So what is the only thing which JVM needs from you? Your choices are sorting criteria, sorting algorithm, both or neither. Take the option. Last question of today. Today mean this. What is it JVM requires from you? Is it the sorting criteria? Is it the sorting algorithm? Is it both or is it neither? This one, Arpit, somebody said both. Somebody said answer is not both. I just now said sorting algorithm is given to you ready-made. So don't go ahead of time, Akshay. People don't know what is comparable and comparator. So here, what you need to supply is only sorting criteria, sorting key. And that sorting key is going to be represented, can be what is it, supplied either using the natural ordering criteria or something called as custom ordering. So all of that and much more means anonymous inner classes and shortening the code and all that we'll do in second half. So like somebody said, let me put up the code. I'll make a zip and share the code. So you can have a look at it. Just a second. What I'll do is I'll just comment this line. And here, of course, if you uncomment it, you'll get a JavaC error. And the golden question to ask yourself is, I said it is JVM who requires the sorting criteria. But the point is, as you must have seen, it is the compiler who is so smart and who is detecting it. And that answer is generics. Giving the smartness, giving the information to the compiler is done via generics. So that whole thing will work out after the break. So let me just make a day 11.1 zip and share it. If you want, you can definitely have a look at it. Responding. Okay, great, Arpit. So here day 11.1. If you want it, you can have a look at it. Otherwise, we are in, oh sorry. I sent it to only one of you. Give me a second. I by mistake I put it. I'll just share it with everyone in the group. Now we have that WhatsApp group also, but anyway, I'll put it here. It's not responding. Finally, it responded. Yeah, can you tell me, have you got it? Even if one of you, have you got it? Okay, thank you, and see you around after the break. So I hope everyone remembers what we were discussing just before the break. So here is the recap. Here is the refreshing your memory. So we are now entering sorting in Java. And like I said already, if you think about, or rather when you are thinking in collection framework includes the implementation, standard implementation of ready-made what do you say, data structure algorithms, and that is written in the most effective, most optimized manner. In short, the order factor, o factor, is reduced to minimum. So the point is, you as a Java developer, I'm not talking about your data structure course. That is where you have to write your own sorting algorithms and understand. But here, as far as your core Java topics are concerned, we are definitely going to enjoy the ready-made sorting algorithm. So like I had asked you clearly, which of the following is the Java developer's responsibility? Writing sorting algorithm, or developing sorting algorithm, or supplying sorting criteria, or both or neither? So here the answer is, what is the answer, guys? Only supplying the criteria is your headache. Rest is managed by the methods such as sort functions. Or later when I'm going to take you to sets, after this I'll show you generic syntax, sets and all. So you will see there is a class called as tree set, which just using the instance of the tree set and again supplying the criteria, the data gets sorted. So let us enter sorting in Java. And there are two ways you can do the sorting. Wait a second. I'll just share. I'll just open the help. So start looking at this. Yes, of course. But this is, people don't know what is comparable comparator. I'm talking to the crowd is assuming that they are freshers. So let's look at it properly. So here, don't read all the stuff and feel lost about it. Give me a chance to explain it line by line. So anytime you are talking about sorting in Java specifically, only the criteria you have to supply. But where you supply this criteria, are you going to supply this criteria within the type of the collection, within the list type, or are you going to keep it externally? That is, based on that, there are two ways you can do sorting in Java. So one is called as natural ordering, which is also called as implicit or internal ordering. And what will happen here is, in either case, you still have to supply the criteria, but the sorting criteria is going to be kept within user-defined type. Or better answer to this is within the generic type of the list. Today we are on the list, so I'm talking in list. Or later when I take you to set or map, it will change to list or set or map. Okay. So if the first I'm of course going to show you natural ordering. So natural ordering means the sorting criteria is going to be kept internal within the user defined type, which is going to be the generic type of the list. So answer that. Which is the generic type of the list in my case? Bank account. What is that in your assignment case? Something like somebody is solving customer, somebody is solving student. So that type, student or customer. So now there are rules. So before I get into the rules, let's understand the whole sorting is based upon two interfaces. I told you interfaces are super important in Java. So the heart of natural ordering is one interface which you have already heard of earlier, java.lang.comparable. Okay, so where you have heard, or forget where you have heard, which are the classes which have already implemented comparable? Anyone wants to answer that? You have seen those classes. So one is string. String is implementing comparable. Other one is date. And if you open wrapper classes, numeric wrappers, double or float or integer and all the wrappers are comparable. So now what is it you have to do is, you as a programmer, you as a developer, if you want to do the internal ordering, natural ordering, you just have to implement comparable. You have to implement the method, which is the single abstract method in comparable interface, public and compare to. So that you have to implement, and that is where you will supply the sorting criteria. So once you have done your bit, your participation is over. Participation is over means your basic things are over. Then you can call simply a ready-made API such as collections.sort, or you can create a tree set later or a tree map tomorrow sometime, and you will see that JVM will automatically call. JVM will use its own sorting algorithm, and it will call internally your supplied comparison criteria. So when I just talk in words, sounds vague. So let's start with the steps. So first I will show you natural ordering, which is comparable based. Then I will discuss the limitation of natural ordering, and then we will enter custom ordering. And custom ordering, I'll tell you, this is the use case for natural ordering. This is the use case. These are the use cases for custom ordering, one at a time. So start with the first step. Just follow this column. Don't even look at the other one. So what is the first step? The user defined type, which is typically the generic type of the list. Okay. So that must implement the interface by the name java.lang.comparable. So look at it and tell me, comparable is what? Generic interface or non-generic? G or NG? Everyone knows this type declaration. So this is an example of a generic interface. Whether you say T or E or whatever, it doesn't matter. So T is basically indicating the placeholder to describe the type of the list. So what is the type of the list in our case? Bank account. It could be integer, it could be string, it could be date. Today we got bank accounts to sort, right? So here, what will be the class definition now? The modified public class bank account, and which is the interface it is going to implement is comparable. And because comparable is of the type T, you have to supply which objects you want to compare. So which is the type of the list, type of the object is bank account. So this is the first step. Create a class. I already have a bank account. So we will implement the comparable interface of the same type of the list. But just a minute's distraction, okay? These steps are super easy. But this part is not as easy as it. So here, I'm saying, who is giving you all these rules? Just a second, I'll just change the font size. So wait. So here, this is the complete definition. I'm so sorry, declaration of the sort method. So as you can see, as everyone can see, but still let me ask you, what are we looking at? Are we looking at a generic method or non-generic method? G or NG? It's quite easy to guess. It is a generic method. So am I explaining all the generic syntax here? Absolutely not. I'll spend later time after this sorting business is done. I will show you more on generics, but I want you to understand certain things. Okay, so let me go a little slower this. I'm not discussing full-fledged generic syntax, that I will cover in a separate topic, separate time. But start looking at it from left to right. Anytime you are looking at generic method, there is a generic type declaration. So where this generic type declaration is going to fit, it is going to fit between method modifiers, which is public static or public static final or whatever, and the return type. So what is the return type of this method? Void. Doesn't return anything to the caller. What are the method modifiers? Public and static. So what you are looking at is in between is the generic type declaration. Okay. So I'm telling you one thing at a time. Please don't feel lost. I'm going to explain each and everything, but in good time. So now listen to the statement I'm making. Imagine that this was missing. Imagine that the method declaration did not get this, did not have this. Now, and you started directly writing the method list of type T. So compiler will tell you, or other compiler will give you error, which T you are talking about. I don't know any T. So here, see, all this is little heavyweight because generics is little, it takes time to understand. So I'll try to make it easy for you. Answer the question. This collections class, is it a generic class or is it a non-generic class? Simple questions you answer. G or NG. This is non-generic. There's no type declaration here. But can non-generic classes contain generic methods? Of course, yes. I'll repeat my statement. I'll try to speak slow. I'm saying you all agreed with me that the collections class is a non-generic class. It is not a generic class where I declare a T. And I suddenly start writing a method which is using T's and U's and V's or whatever. So naturally, compiler is going to ask you which T you are talking about. So the part of the generic method is always the generic type declaration. And like I said, I don't want to explain all because we will do it in a separate manner, but at least look at the part of it. So now listen to the statements I'm making very correctly, very, very slowly. So keep all the things together and answer that. Here, when I uncomment this, what is it you are getting? Compiler error, runtime error, or the wrong output? Answer is compiler error. So who is informing the compiler that something is amiss, something is missing? Answer is your generic syntax. What is the power of generics? Generics is for informing the compiler, educating the compiler. So earlier you have seen two advantages. No typecasting required, no downcasting required, no class cast exceptions at all. This is telling you more. So you can supply the rules. So listen to the last statement because the other part I will cover separately. Listen to this. When you see this argument, what does it mean to the users? Users means whoever is going to use this API. You have to pass a list. Okay, so let us solve it in two parts. One is the type of the data structure and one is the generic data type. I'll repeat myself. I said one is type of the data structure, list, set, map, queue, deck, whatever, and other one is the generic type. So let me ask you, the moment you say list, which of the following is applicable? List implementation classes, set implementation classes, or map implementation classes? Option 1. List implementation classes, including array linked list vector. Are we clear so far? But now there is a rule to be followed by the type T. So listen to the last statement very carefully. You can pass any list. What do I mean by any list? Any list implementation class having type T. So now I have to ask you a question just to check whether you are there or totally lost. So answer the question. Is there any, are there any rules on type T or can I pass any type? Rules or no rules? I'll repeat my question. Are there any rules to be satisfied by type T or type T can be anything? Of course, there are rules. And what is that rule, guys? The rule is right in front of you. So you'll be surprised. You will be confused that once she says extends, once she says implements, this is not I who is saying, it is the generic syntax. So generic syntax for extending from the superclass or from implementing the interface, the generic syntax uses the extends word. Now, coming to the point finally, you can pass any type of list containing type T which has actually extended from the comparable interface or implemented comparable interface. Tell me, E or I, extended or implemented? Implemented. No, 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 no. Guys, you are confused. I said here they are using extends, but we know better. What is the relationship keyword between class and an interface? Implements or extends? Implements. So while writing the class T, T means bank account or customer or employee or whatever. Should it extend from the comparable interface or should it implement the comparable interface? Of course, implements. So this is what do you say? Informs the compiler, educates the compiler. So tell me, why there is a compiler error? I'll give you two choices, or okay, four options. So is the compiler error because of the fact that it is array list? Option one. Is it because of that data structure type? Option two, because it is the type bank account which has not yet implemented comparable. Or option three is both. Option four is neither. I hope now people will pick up the correct option. It is stuck. It is not allowing you because thanks to generics, compiler knows better. So compiler sees what is the generic type of the list. I'm not saying data structure type. Data structure type is array list. Cool. Array list is a list. But what is the data type, generic type of it? Bank account. So now it goes to, it means compiler. Compiler checks, is bank account comparable or not? It is not. And that is why you get a compiler error. So Java C error, what is the reason? Since, simple question, I took a lot of time, but simple answer is here. Bank account does not, or okay, is not, you can say is not comparable. So this is my starting point. And when I take you deeper, I'll show you everything. What is that question mark? What is that extends? What is that super? Whole thing will be covered. This is all nothing but something called as inheritance in generics to supply the flexibility. Okay, so coming back to the point now. So now I hope everyone understood the first step. We were still in the first step. So which class has to implement which interface? Bank account class has to implement comparable interface. But guys, comparable interface also has to have a particular type. It's a generic interface. So ask yourself, what are the two things? What is the type of the object you want to compare? Is a bank account. So here we are saying comparable of bank account. Not tomorrow, today afternoon, when I give you the assignment, very similar, customer based or student based, you will be replacing type T by customer or T by student and giving me the solution. Okay, so that finishes the first step. I hope you got a little bit understanding at least. Next one, the moment a class implements the interface, what is the compulsory rule? Otherwise the class becomes abstract. You have to implement all the methods. So which is the only method? So this user defined type must implement a single abstract method, public int compare to. So tell me, if I have made the type of the comparable as bank account, T will be globally replaced by, your choices are integer, string, object, or bank account. Everyone knows the answer. Of course, it will be globally replaced by bank account. And now this is where we come in. This is where Java developer comes in. You have to supply the sorting criteria. So first discussion is simple. Account number is my sorting criteria, sorting key. So what is your job? You have to implement this method compare to, and this method should return a negative number if this dot account number, see my today's key is account number to begin with. So the current account number, this dot account number, if it is less than other account, O dot account number, what should I return? A negative number. So the invoker, this is invoker. If it is less than the argument, Are we comparing references? You cannot compare references. So sorting criteria wise. So today I've taken the sorting criteria simplest. Which is that simplest one? Account number. It is integer. So you can think of code immediately. If this dot account number is less than O dot account number, O is type bank account, no downcasting, no instance of checking, nothing required, then return -1. Now I think it is clear. If both the account numbers are same, that means it cannot happen because currently we are not checking duplicates. In short, if both the account numbers are same, if it is same, sorting criteria wise, return 0. And if it is greater than 0, I'm sorry, if the invoker's account number is greater than the argument's account number, return positive number. Any negative number, any positive number will do. You can say -128 plus 128, anything. But typically people write -1 plus 1 or 0. So we will follow that. So I hope you understood all the steps. You write a class, we have written the class. Let it implement the natural ordering criteria supplied by comparable. And once you say comparable, which is the method you have to implement, compare to, and there you supply -1, negative number, positive number, or 0. And then your job is over. Then let JVM log. So which is the method we are going to call? I've just dropped this generic type declaration. Otherwise, it is the same. So public static void, in between you have the whole signature T extends comparable of the type question mark super and whatever. So all you look at this. So when you call collections.sort, who is going to call this compare to method? Let me give you choices. Will programmer explicitly call compare to, or will the sort function call internally compare to? P for programmer, S for sort. Already there is an answer. So you just have not to worry about the sorting algorithm. The internal algorithm it uses is the same as Python. It is Tim's, adaptive, this thing, merge sort. So it is a specialized form of a merge sort which gives you a better time complexity, better order factor. So it will internally call the Tim sorting algorithm, but that will call what? Finally, sorting criteria is yours. So that will call your compare to method and shuffle the references. So before I start writing the code and all that, just a second. Wait a second. I want to ask you something. Because, once you have the memory picture and you understand it, your coding definitely improves. Understanding definitely improves. So let's see. These are my inputs. What are my inputs? There is an array list, and there are 4 accounts whose references are added in array list. So now imagine we write in 2 minutes. I will write that. Writing part is super easy. Bank account implements comparable, and I will return -1 if the invoker's account number is less than or 0 or 1. Already explained. And then when I write collections.sort, array list, account list. So what will your sort function will do? So when I say what will your sort function will do, can anyone tell me in code, talk in code, that this is the code your sort will call internally? I'll repeat my question. When I say collections.sort, use something from this memory picture and tell me what will get called internally. It will call, okay, I'm giving you a minute. Is anyone able to answer that? No, A dot sort is wrong, totally. Yes, Roshni, you're right. A1 dot, see, it will take which 2 references? It depends on the internal algorithm. So let me go simple. It will call something like A1 dot compare to A2. So tell me now, 10 is less than her. Okay, sorry, forget that. A1 dot compare to A2. Tell me what it will return. +1, -1, or 0. It's a sorting keys account ID. Tell me fast. Of course, -1. So if it returns you -1, will it shuffle the references or will it keep it as same? S for shuffle? Or okay, same, whatever I mean, both are S. Of course, it will keep it same. A1 is already less than A2. Now the next one. What is, see, I'm not at all saying that it goes in the sequential manner. That is where your sorting algorithm plays. I'm just trying to help you. So suppose it calls A2 dot compare to A3, you know. So tell me now, will it shuffle or will it keep it as it is? You know the answer. It is of course going to shuffle because what? A2's account number is greater, and then it will check that okay, this is fine, so this is okay. Are you understanding? So instead of writing the detailed sorting algorithm to make it in a best optimized manner, sorting algorithm is supplied by Java. All you have to supply is sorting criteria. So take a look at this and tell me honestly, openly, whatever. Are we all clear with the first part? The natural ordering. 3 steps are clear. If it is not clear, let me see. Okay, so let's get into this. And soon I will show you the limitation of the natural ordering. And then we'll shift to custom ordering. And with functional programming and all, the whole thing becomes so easy. Anyway, one day, one thing. So everyone understands this is a compiler error because bank account is not yet comparable. So let us leave the code as it is and let us work on other things. So start dictating. What is the first step? Make the class comparable. So implements. The whole idea is extremely easy because harder work we have given it to JVM and simpler work we are taking. Sorry, implements, which is the name of the interface? Comparable. Is it a generic interface or non-generic? Generic. What should be T replaced by? Type of the list, or you can say type of the objects you are comparing, which is what? Bank account. Is everyone completely clear so far? Next one. The moment you do this, compiler gives you error. It says either make this class abstract or at least implement the functionality. So I want to implement comparison functionality. I'm purposefully writing it next to your equals method. So that you can understand the power of generics. So tell me, is this a generic? I mean, is it using a generic syntax or is it a non-generic one? Non-generic. Object means raw type, non-generic type. And that is why I had to do instance of checking and the downcasting. Now see the beauty of generic API and you'll see all of it will be gone. So which is the annotation we use for implementing as well as overriding? At override. What are the rules? Same. So access specifier same or wider. There's no subtyping here. So int. What is the method name? Compared to. And please tell me what will be the argument here? Object O or bank account A? I mean object or bank account O or B. Of course, the moment you use the implementation from generic interface, globally replace all occurrences of T by bank account. So once I have got, you know what I write? Another account. No? So you understand. This is the invoker account and argument is the another account. So tell me honestly, once I have got the type as a bank account, will I need any downcasting instance of checking? Absolutely not. So this is the advantage of generics once again. Just to keep your understanding clear, I'll say in accounts compared to, so that you will get the confirmation that it is really getting called and that too implicitly automatically. And all I have to do is the criteria. So initially I'll write it in a very simple form, if else condition. Once you settle, maybe today end or tomorrow something, I'll show you a better way. Anyway, so here start. If this is not required, this is only for clarification. So if this dot account number is less than another account number, anyone wants to tell me what should I return? +1, -1 or 0? A negative number, any negative number will do. Check this if it is equal. Why I'm using this less than relational operators? Because we are dealing in primitive numbers, primitive data types. I will take another example with the reference type and we can then discuss differently. So if it is same, return 0. Otherwise, if the control comes here, return +1. Can you replace all of this by one line? Definitely. But wait for that. First, let it be a simple version. So what are the 2 steps out of 3 we have done? We have already made the class. We have implemented the comparable. Comparable is the heart of natural ordering. In a minute, I'll tell you which is compulsory reading exercise today. Comparable is the today's reading exercise and comparator also. And then this method we have implemented. So 2 steps out of 3 are done. And see the magic, see the this. Suddenly your compiler error is gone. So anyone wants to do, I say the same point maybe 10 times. So can you tell me which are the 2 checks compiler does here? Anyone wants to tell me which are the 2 checks compiler performs? So the first check is data structure type. Tell me, what is the type of the data structure here? Array list. And what is it we are allowed to pass? It is a list. So can I say array list is a list? Everyone knows yes. So 1/2 is done. Next one. Is there any rule on type T or any type I can pass? Of course, there is a rule, generic rule. And that rule is the type T must be implementing. T is a comparable, must be implementing comparable interface. So now it checks. Is your class implementing the comparable interface? Yes. So that is why now no Java C error. Why? Since account list, what is the type of the account list, guys? Array list, and array list is a list, correct? And the other reason is now bank account, the type of it is a comparable. So because of both the reasons, now you got no compile errors. But I hope you realize this sort function, is it void returning or non-void returning? It's a void returning. Okay. So after that, what is going to happen is the array list which you passed, that itself is going to get shuffled as per your sorting criteria. So how do I confirm whether it is working or not? We have, I think, some option. Wait a second. Yeah, we have an option here. So we can run through this option and we can confirm. So we have generated lot of code. Now let us test this, and then I'll tell you the limitation of the natural ordering and show you custom ordering. So I've not tested it since long time. I'm not given updated all the options, but let us first at least fill in the data. Next time I write, I will show you, we will populate some sample data. So this irritating in the sense, time taking thing will be not required. So here, so let me just fill in some data. And I will just write some more here. At least 4 or 5 records you maintain. I'm playing with the test data so that, all the things are like, tested. All test condition. You can generate larger data than this. Don't trust this much. So here I'm saying suppose FD. I'll just give me a minute. Let's say what was that? DMAT. Then I say saving is the most common one. More. Suppose I'm creating this 50. DMAT account is having something. And my saving account is having something else. Okay. So let this be from the same bank. That's okay. Or you can change it that. Just give me a minute. So I've got varying account numbers. I've got varying names, types, 2019, 11. I'm just arranging mixed data so that, other test cases also I can check quickly. So I think we have sufficient this. Are you saying something? Yeah. So here 5, 6, this 4, 6, and all is fine, fine. Okay. So let's pick up. Next time, do remind me before I run this to populate the sample data, to give the hard-coded sample data. So I'll not waste time every time like this. This is pain otherwise. Option 1 and this. Okay. So now just see display all. So tell me, what are you looking at? Oh, I got 5, right? I thought I got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I missed. Rama, Kiran, Chetan, Riya, Mihir, I guess I missed. Excellent. Okay. So I've got 5 records at least. Yeah. So tell me, what are we looking at? Are we looking at sorted output or ordered output? Sorted or ordered? Everyone understands. So whatever is the order of insertion, the same order it is following. Whether you use for each, iterator or list iterator, answer doesn't change. Now, other things you can, okay, I'll just do one thing because we never tested. So if I say 3 and this is because we never tested anything since morning. So let me give the 40, suppose. So do you have the account number with 40? Answer is yes. So question being asked is, which is the method we have used for this? Index of followed by get. But index of works on equals. So how many times you expect to check, expect to see in equals? Just tell me the number. So first time doesn't find it. Second time, third time finds the match. So that is 3. Are you getting it? That tells you sequential searching. Okay. Later when I show you hashing algorithm, you will see the number of searches will reduce to something called as a single bucket. So all those things later. Coming back, this is what it is. So this seems to be working. And can you see that the Chetan's account details are all displayed? Next one. So I'll just use now the transfer funds kind of a thing. So 4. Let's say we want to transfer funds from something, I'll just pick up. So saving to current, I'll say. So 45 to 10. Okay. So 45 to 10. And what is this 45 having? 6,000. So I can transfer. I was just checking that minimum balance condition. You check, you do more rigorous checking. And what is this fellow having? 10 is what? 4,600. So, you can see the things. So I hope you are seeing all this. So this is being called for source account and destination account. So, you count the equals and you find, and it is saying funds transferred. Don't trust the SOPs so fast. So here you are going to see, wait, I keep forgetting the numbers. I hope you are remembering numbers. 45 to 10. So what is 45 going to have? 5,500, and this one should have 5,100. Let's confirm. And if I miss out on something, see, I'm talking to you, writing and checking. So if you find out some mistake in my code, please share immediately. So let's see whether we have done correctly. Yeah, looks okay. And this also looks okay, fine. So what is it we updated? Did we update the array list elements or the state of the objects referred to by array list references? Answer is state of the objects. Next one. Can I close the account? Of course, yes. So for example, if I say somebody wants to close the account, anything in between, let's say 40. So this guy wants to close the account from our bank. So as you can see, it has called this. Why it has called it so many times, I'm not sure. You remember account closing. Okay, that is because that index of followed by remove. So we can definitely get rid of one of it. We will improvise it in a minute, in a later minute. Are you understanding? I'm not talking to myself, I'm talking to you. I said I was expecting only 3 accounts equals. This is killing your performance. See, in the classroom example, it won't kill you. But if you have the account list having 1,000 and 10,000, this is 2 times traversal. So I said, I realized my mistake. I have done index of, and then I have done remove again, remove by object. So we will alter. So the exact number of searches will reduce to 3. That is what I said. But later, let's not mix up. And finally, I'll say apply this. Oh, sorry, I have to show. So account has been gone, but I'm not at all happy with the performance. It is killing, it is twice, iterating over the list twice, which is so not acceptable. We'll fix it. Next one. Um, close account is done. Apply interest. So let's say period is 1 year, easy math, and rate is, let's be generous, 10%. I did this for simple, easy math, of course. And what is it we are saying is 2, and just check. Yeah, your accounts have been applied. Which accounts will be applied? Saving type of account looks applied, fine. Another saving is also looks fine, and rest of it is not applied. You check it. See, I'm checking it from my own end, at my own end, but you have the code. You will have the code. You definitely check. And if I missed out something, if I messed up in something, do tell me earliest, so we can do the corrections. And the last thing was, um, okay, that I'm skipping. Display details and all. So I think case 8. Was it case 8 for sorting? I'm not given the option. That's why I'm asking you. Yeah, it is case 8. Let's try this. So before that, I will show you the unsorted list. You have this in front of you. So this is ordered but unsorted. So let's say 8. And I hope you are understanding. What does this confirm? What does this tell you? Have we called the compare to method explicitly in a logic? Of course not. So who is calling this method implicitly? Collections.sort, and depending on the data, it will incur how many times it calls compare to, and those many shufflings it will do. So coming back to point, just confirm it and tell me, what are you looking at? Ordered output or sorted output as per the ascending account numbers? I hope everyone is clear. Okay. So see, I spent a lot of time in discussing, so you may feel that it's so complex. It is not at all complex. Recap the steps. If I give you today, of course, you'll have sorting assignment. So what are the 3 steps involved? Tell me. What is the first step? Suppose I say, okay, I will give you this. Don't give me answer, please. I will tell you the requirement. Everyone, what are you working on is student. Okay, so student has a roll number, not roll number, PRN number. So suppose I want to generate a report with students sorted as per the ascending order of your PRN number. What is the first step? Which class has to implement comparable? Student, absolutely correct. So student class, public class student implements comparable. Of which type? Student type or integer type or string type? Of student type. You know, T is the type of the object. Which is the method you will implement? Tell me. Which is the method to implement? Is the compare to. And what should it return? +1 -1 0, depending on if this dot prn is less than other or same or greater. Okay, we'll discuss that later. And once you do that, which is the ready-made, it's a higher order function actually. But let me not talk about functional programming. But which is the main method you have to call? Collections dot sort. And what will be the argument you will pass there? The list to be sorted. That's your student list. And that will be all. Okay. So once you try it out, you'll find it is so easy, so straightforward. Okay. So now let me take you to the next requirement. Oh, sorry. I forgot. You remember we have a problem here. Problem means performance issue. So where is that? Close. Where is close account closing? Enter account number. Anyone detects the problem? Do you remember the problem? We are doing the traversal. Just a second. Somebody asked me a question. Wait a second. Huh? Is it creating a new sorting? No. Ronak, it is not creating. Can I explain you with the? Can I answer you with the memory picture? Ronak asked me. I think after sorting you mean, right? Is it creating a new array list? Absolutely not. The same array list, but the account references are shuffled. Okay, so no new copy is made after sort. It returns you the same array list instance, same array list, but the internal state, the references are all shuffled. You understood me, I hope, Ronak? So what is it I was going to say? Something else I forgot. Yeah, we were talking about that removal problem. Yes. So tell me, do you remember the problem which you saw? Removal, we are doing it. See this. Okay, so I told you, I was expecting only three times equals method calls because that will tell me the traversal through the list once. But you saw it 6 times. So that is what I'm trying to fix. So here we are using this method. So just go. I don't want to spend too much time. We have hardly covered today things. So here, verify account method, just I'll say control click. Any declaration you want to open, control click, or you can say function kf3, whatever. So here, can you see, can you tell me the line number where JVM is iterating over the list? Can you tell me the line number where JVM is internally traversing over the list? Are you saying 13? Let's see. Absolutely right. So this is one traversal. Everyone agreed? Cool. Next one. What is the next thing? Can you tell me where is the another iteration, another traversal? So one was thanks to that index of, one is thanks to which one? Let's see, line number 69. But guys, line number 69 is vague. So can you tell me clearer, bit clearer? Answer is remove. Okay. So removes the first occurrence of the specified list if it is present, and read the description later, please. It is going through all the list and calling the equals method. So of course I don't want it. It will kill me performance wise. So any improvisation, any suggestion. So what is the suggestion? I just want to traverse it only once. So you use remove by index. Agreed, Nikhil. But the problem is, I have already got that verify account method, which is returning me the account reference. I'll have to write next one. So nothing of the sort. Just see this. I'll keep this under comment so you can always compare it. I can directly use, and I'll write something and see whether you understand. I told you long back, there are 4 methods, contains index of, last index of, and remove by object. They internally will go through the list, traverse through the list, and call equals method. So see the trick, new bank account and whatever. Next. So see the thing. So here, how many times it is going to traverse over the list? 1 time or 2 times? Single time is 1 time is the answer. And what does it have passed is only that bank account instance holding all the details or holding only primary key. Tell me, all A, primary key PK. Of course, primary key. And that can reduce the number of iterations easily. So I don't have the time. We don't have the time to again run through all this. But you definitely try and 100% you'll see iteration once. And rest of the code is anyway there. Okay. When you come out, when you spot such problems, spot such things, do discuss, do understand, and we can optimize. Here you are not verifying. Here, look at this. Here, if removed, say this. Now, anyone wants to, he said, I'm not verifying, and he's very right. What should I do? Here, throw the exception. Are you getting me? Remove method returns you true. See, read the description, please. Removes the first occurrence and all that. Returns true if the list contained the specified element. So what you are doing in the method, do it here. Throw new. What is that? Bank account something. No. Account handling exception. I hope you are understanding. And here I'll say account closing failed. I'm just trying to make our code faster, better optimized. That's it. Are you satisfied now? So everything is as same plus a better performance. No double traversal through the list. So I think that's it. Okay. Are we happy? Is everyone clear? Okay, great. So you test it out. Yeah. So let me go take you to the next level now. The next level is here. Suppose Okay, I'll remove all this. This is can be done, but I'll skip that because it is too similar. Instead of that, let me take something more interesting. I have absolutely no problem in doing this, but it is too repetitive. So let us take another one. My manager comes to me and says, I want to see the report of all bank accounts sorted as per the date of creation. So sometimes, people don't understand what the question is. So tell me, once I do this, whose account should be shown first? You can take the names. You can take the first letter of the name. No, Ria, Rama, this. You know what I mean. So which is the account which has been created earliest? 2019, 2011. Yeah, Mihir. I think it is Mihir, right? So Mihir. Then 2019, whatever. You understand. So if I want to, is everyone clear with the question? So right, it goes by date wise. Absolutely correct. But now the problem is, if you want to do this, when your class back, okay, let me come to the point. Can you solve it using the natural ordering? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Year, month, and day. Absolutely correct. Answer is no. See, answer can be yes. Okay. If I say, if the answer is yes, what I can do is, or what I'll have to do is, here I'll have to open to bank account class and change the criteria. But guys, what if my manager says, I want to see two reports. In one report, I want the account arranged as per the account ID's ascending order, and in another report, give me by creation date. In that case, can you write two different implementations for the same method compared to? Answer is no. So this is the limitation of natural ordering. So what is the limitation of natural ordering? I have written all of that in my readmes, collections readme somewhere. That was shared yesterday. So wait a second. I'll just bring in today's help also. So everything will be like together. So you can just open that and you can look for some word like limitation. Oh, this is the limitation of, yeah, that was the limitation of iterator. So here it is. Read that. So what is the limitation of natural ordering? These are the limitations. So you can supply only one criteria by implementing your comparable interface and compare to method. And the other disadvantage is tight coupling. So you are tightly coupling the sorting criteria within the user defined type. So if you want it configurable, if you want it customizable, if you want to, separate it, that's not possible. And another rule is not rule. Okay, it is a norm. What is a norm? The norm is whenever you use the natural ordering, when I say natural ordering in the middle of night, you should always understand the user defined the type of the collection must implement comparable, implement compare to, and give -1, +1, or 0. Okay, so the natural ordering criteria should be matching with equals method. So sounds complex, it is not complex at all. So what does it mean? It means that whenever you are using natural ordering, comparable based ordering, whenever your equals method returns true, what should your compare to return? Answer. I'll repeat my question. What is that consistency requirement? There should be consistency between equals and compare to. So what I asked you was, when your equals method returns true, what should your compare to method return? 0, +1, or -1? Answer one is 0. Okay, so then you can say that, okay, two methods are consistent. So you see, if I want to do it date based or some other criteria based, I definitely cannot do this. So that is when you have a different option, configurable option, customizable option, external option called as custom ordering. So now let us enter custom ordering and see how easy it is. So let me open. Did you understand the limitation? What is the limitation? The limitation is using the natural ordering criteria, you can supply one single type. I mean, you can't keep changing. Okay, let me put it properly. You can't keep changing the criteria. And the other thing is it is tightly imposed, tightly encapsulated, tightly coupled with your user defined type. So tomorrow, even if you want to change it, you'll have to make changes to your core classes, which is not recommended. So instead, what's the solution? The solution is keep the criteria external. So take a look at it. So it's almost the same, but only thing is it's another way of sorting. So the first one which we looked at was natural ordering, which is called as implicit or internal ordering. So now focus on external ordering or custom ordering or explicit ordering. What's the main difference? The main difference is here sorting criteria was within the type of the list, within the type of the collection, generally speaking. And here sorting criteria is going to be outside, is going to be external to the to what? To your user defined type. In short, are you going to touch the user defined type to supply the sorting criteria? Answer is no. Okay. So now this whole thing is revolving around a single interface, comparable. The entire custom ordering revolves around one single interface called as comparator. So they are similar sounding, but I mean, you have to understand. Okay, natural ordering, comparable, compare to, custom ordering, separate class, comparator, and compare. Method is compare. So what is the first step? So either you create, I'll show you first this one. Either you create a separate class which implements comparator. But soon you will see it is too much to define a separate class just for this purpose. So that is where I'll show you a third variety, or rather a special variety of a non-static nested class. So what is that variety I'm going to explain today? Anonymous inner class, where the entire class definition will be embedded in a single Java statement. And when I take you to functional programming, you will see that even that anonymous inner class is too much of boilerplate. Boilerplate means repetitive code. So you can replace it by the inline function, that is nothing but your lambda expression, function literal. Okay. So all those are like learning curves. Coming back, let us start with creating a separate class which will implement your comparator. But what is comparator? Is it a generic interface or non-generic interface? Of course, it is a generic interface. And here, what should be T replaced by? T is just a placeholder, type of the object to compare. So here, what is the type of the object you want to compare is two bank accounts. In your assignment, it could be students or customers or whatever. So that is nothing but the generic type of the list. Okay. So first step is create a new class. I'll start with the new class and later I'll show you anonymous inner and lambdas and all that. So let us create a public class, separate package and all. And see, here it is a different example. Today I'm taking account date based comparator. So create some class which implements comparator of the type bank account. So earlier our bank account itself is comparable. These are the add-ons. Add-ons is in additional criteria. Which was the method we were overriding implementing here? Compare to. Which is the method you are going to implement here? Compare. So answer my simple question. For any comparison, you need two arguments. But here I supplied only one. Which was another argument? This. You were sitting inside the current bank account class. So this represented one invoker object and all I had to pass was argument. But guys, here, are we sitting in UDT? Are you sitting in that bank account class? Absolutely not. So here, for the comparison purpose, you will have to pass two arguments of the type T. So what will be T replaced by globally? Naturally, bank account. So I can say bank account A1, bank account O1, bank account O2. And this part is the same. So compare or compare to, what they have to return is an int value, a less than 0. If O1 is less than O2, comparison wise, sorting criteria wise, or if they are same, then 0, or if O1 is greater than O2 as per your sorting key, return positive number. In short, this part is completely same. But now see the third step. Are you clear with the two steps? I'll be creating in a minute a separate class which implements which interface, comparable or comparator. L for comparable, T for or whatever, something for comparator. Comparator is the answer. What will be the generic type of the comparator? Bank account. Because bank accounts are the ones which I'm comparing. And which is the method we will implement? Answer is compare. How many arguments you'll have to pass? 2 arguments of the type bank account. Okay, that's it. That's it means currently. Now, if you mess up and if you call again collections.sort by simply giving the list to be sorted, what will it use? Will it use the natural ordering or will it use the custom ordering? The moment you supply one argument, it doesn't know any external criteria. So of course it will go by internal ordering as in natural ordering. And we will again get that account ID based sorting. So now you use the overloaded version. You know, overriding overloaded. So collections class, you can open later. Looking at time, I'm not opening. So there is another, sort method is the same. It is still returning a void. So can you see, is it a single argument sort or 2 arguments? It's 2 arguments. First argument is the same. What is the first argument? The list to be sorted. So when I say list to be sorted, yeah. So when you say list to be sorted, can I pass array list, linked list, vector? Yes. But I won't be able to pass any sets or any maps. You all know that. But now the thing is, look, listen to this line very carefully, this word. Are there any rules on the list type? Answer is none. Because now the rule is on the second argument. You'll see when I show you the generic syntax, there are no rules imposed on this T. So this type T can be anything. But now the second argument is you have to pass the comparator instance. This is the usual jargon, usual words people use. So you'll be shocked to hear what is the meaning of, or you'll be like confused. What do I mean by comparator instance? I'll be using iterator instance or runnable instance or whatever. But guys, these are the interfaces. This is the interface. Can you instantiate an interface? 100% not. So what must be the meaning of, I've already given you the answer here. Oh, sorry, I have not given you the answer here. So what is the meaning of comparator instance? Instance of the class which implements comparator. Anytime in doubt, go back to our stack assignment. Could you say stack st equal to new fixed stack? Yes. What does it mean? Upcasting. Interface reference can directly refer to any implementation class instance. So when they are expecting comparator, can I pass the instance of the class which implements comparator? It's a yes or no question. Of course, yes. So when you hear, you'll see so many comparator instance, predicate instance, consumer instance, supplier instance, runnable instance, etc. By the way, all these are interfaces. So what they mean or what I mean or what anyone means by that is instance of the class which implements the interface. And the best part among the lot is, do you have to write the sorting algorithm? Answer is no. It uses the same sorting algorithm. Okay. And this sort method will automatically call which classes, which method. Is it which method it was calling? It was calling your type T's compared to. Now in this change scenario, it will call the supplied comparators. That is your comparator classes compare method. So when I talk about it, you suddenly feel things are too complex. Trust me on this. This is one of the easiest of the entire collection framework. So let us get, let's start doing it and you'll trust me. So here, wait a second. Give me a minute. I've not updated the menu. So let me just first update the menu. Display it, sort by ascending account number, and then I will add another one, sort by creation date. Okay, so at least you know what is happening. So now you will participate and tell me what is the first step. Should I go near this bank account class? Okay, bank account class, change or no change? Answer quickly. Answer is no change. Absolutely correct, right? So don't even go there. Let us create a new class. And I'm saying forget only new class. I'm going to create a new package because it is not a core class. It's not a custom exception, etc. So let me create a new package. So here, let's say custom ordering or custom comparators. And here, this is used for custom ordering. And let's say give it the name of the class also with little thinking, little bit of thinking. So what is it you are sorting? You are sorting bank account. As per what? As per creation date. And to remind you that it is a custom ordering, generally I use the word comparator. So bank account creation date based comparator, a big name, but at least self-explanatory. So now start telling me, which is the interface I need to implement? Is it comparable or is it comparator? Answer is comparator. It is from your java.util and that comparable interface is from java.lang. But it is the typed interface. Type means generic interface. So here you have to replace it by type of the object you are comparing, which is nothing but bank account. Okay. So this finishes first step out of 3. The moment you implement the interface, you have to implement the method. So which is the method we are implementing? Public int. Is it compare or compare to? Answer is compare. How many arguments, please? Single argument or 2 arguments? 2 arguments. What will be the type of these 2 arguments? T. And T is globally replaced by, T is replaced by bank account. So a generic API helps you so much. And the last question is, why 2 accounts, 2 arguments are required? Because this is not written within the bank account class. So if you say this current invoker is this type, so naturally for comparison, better supply 2 arguments. Next one. So I'll just put a SOP in compare or something. Sorry. And the criteria is date. Comparison by date. And now tell me, I'll write something and you tell me right or wrong. I have got great. I have added all the getters. If get account a1 dot get creation date is less than a2 dot get creation date, what should I return? If a1 dot get creation date is less than, it's a wrong code. So people are saying -1. Those who know Java, of course, are saying. So if I take the majority, return -1, you have a problem. You'll say you have a problem because the other cases are not there. You're wrong. I'll just say return 0 just to satisfy the compiler. But the problem is not there. Problem is here. So it says operator less than is undefined for the type date. So does Java allow you any arithmetic operations with references? No. Any comparison with reference types? No. So you had grossly wrong. So this is not what we do. So tell me, do you know any way? Do you know of any way? Exactly. So people are thinking, people are giving me before and after. Absolutely right. I'll come out with simpler thing, but here. So what can you say? Let me ask you. Here, dot. If it is before a2 dot, what should I return? -1. If it is, for example, see this. If it is after, what should I return? +1. And otherwise, that means the dates are the same. Account is created on the same date and all that. Then I can say return 0. So if the criteria, this reference or this A1 is less than, as in before, A2's creation date, return -1. If A1's account 1's creation, account 1 was created after A2, return +1, otherwise return 0. But I'm saying this is so much of a code. Exactly. Is there any one-liner? Abhilash has already given me answer here. Guys, date class is already comparable. So let's not jump into that immediately. Open your Java docs and look for java.util.date. Now things will start making connection. Now all the dots will be connected or whatever. So here, can you see this? I'm into date class. Is date class comparable? Yes. The moment you say this in the middle of night, which is the method it must have implemented compared to. I have talked about it all. Now you'll start understanding. So I already have got date class giving me the answer. So anyone wants to tell me, suppose there are two dates, D1 and D2. So when I say D1 dot compare to D2, when will it return 0? If they are referring to the same date, as in the milliseconds are same, millisecond elapsed after epoch is same. When it will return me +1 if D1 is after D2. You remember we had done this earlier. And if D1 is before, it will return me -1. So even though what you are suggested is absolutely fine, why increase so much of a code when I can go simpler? So what is the one-liner? Tell me. That one-liner can be return, compare A1's creation date to A2 and which classes, which method, date classes compare to method. Are you clear what I showed you? Our comparison function is going to use date classes compared to, which is already overridden. So all I have to say is, what is it I'll have to say? He had already given me A1 dot get creation date. What it returns me? The first account's creation date compared to, what should I compare it with? Another account's what? Creation date. Okay, that's it. Are you getting this? So what are the steps done so far? First was create a separate class which implements comparator of the account type. And the second step was implement the method which returns you +1, -1 or 0, compares the two dates for ordering, which is what we wanted. 100% clear so far? I hope everyone is clear. It's all a shortcut, nothing more. Okay, now the last step. What is the last step? Come back to the tester. We have done the hard work. Now let JVMs log. So here I'm saying, I'm just checking this 9. Sort accounts as per the creation date. Okay. So answer this. If I use it, what will be the output I'll be seeing? After that, I mean, when I say display accounts, what is it I'll be seeing? Accounts ordered as per the account number or the date? Answer is account number. So this is where you use the overloaded method. I was not going to show you looking at time. Only timing is the only thing. Otherwise, there's nothing like did not want to show. So please open. I'm not doing that. I'm showing you. So please open collections and search for sort functions. You'll see there are two sort methods. If I ask you the first one is what? Natural ordering or custom ordering? NO or CO? Natural ordering based on comparable. So pick up the second version. And little later, when I show you mode in generics, you can see, is this a generic method or a non-generic method? G or NG? Of course, it is a generic method. And this is where your type declaration fits between method modifier and the return type. So tell me, are there any rules imposed on type T? Answer is none. Do you remember? The earlier one, had so many rules. So there my type, the list type had to be comparable. Here, my list type need not implement anything. It's no rule. But now the rule is on the comparator. Okay, so I have not explained the syntax yet. It means like T or its super type or something. So in short, let's ignore that. I'll show you generic syntax separately. It is telling you that while creating the comparator, the type of the comparator must be the same type as list. Real answer is same type or super type, but currently you just think of it. So tell me, what is T in my case? What is T replaced by in my case? Bank account. So now take a look at this. Here, that is the reason, wait a second. That is the reason I had to make comparator of the same type as in bank account. That was the main reason. Now, to cut the story short, anyone wants to tell me, I want to replace natural ordering comparable based by comparator based. So what is the next argument I have to give? Instance of the class which implements comparator. So how do you create the instance? New. You can create it in separate line. We do inlining. So new, and what's that name? Bank account something. Bank account creation date comparator. So this is what satisfy the compiler. And what is it compiler checking? Compiler is checking the type of the comparator. Type of the comparator is bank account. So everything matches well. So now please tell me, when this line number 107 gets executed, JVM's, oh sorry, the sort method will call which classes, which method. You answered me already. I just like to hear it once again. Which classes, which method it will call. Will it call any method on the bank account class? Answer is no. It will call this particular classes, compare or compare to, answer is compare. And that's it. So confirm. So here, okay. So what is it we are saying? First, let me show you the, oh no, I'm not good doing this. It becomes too much. What I did is, once again, I realized that I have to add all the data, which is really too much. Let us do the sample data business. So here, you understood what I did? I don't have data. So I'm writing something which will hard code that sample data. So every time I don't have to waste time in entering the data. So how do you do this? There are different ways. This is like, setting up the test data, test cases and all. So here I'm adding a method. When I say I'm adding, actually you are adding. So add a static method to return hard-coded sample data. I'm just trying to make you comfortable in writing the methods which accept different type of arguments, which can return different type of arguments. Okay, so let's write it together and finish the story for once. Public static. What is the return? What is it going to return? Empty array list or a populated array list? E or P? Tell me. What is this method going to return? Populated array list with the dummy data. Dummy as in sample data, test data, whatever. What will be the type of the array list? Everyone knows. And let me call it as populate, or you can say fill in sample data. How many arguments you will require here? Answer is 0. I'm going to hard code it. So let's start with the empty this empty class. I mean empty object bank account. All I'm doing is hard coding the data because it is very much time consuming, to write this. There is an option here. There is an option in ID. If you're using IntelliJ, you'll have to find out. I don't know offhand what is that option. But here you can see what I did is I have to clear this diamond operator every time. Instead, open your ID and you can do this shortcut. You just have to restore the defaults. So do that. If you're sitting with ID, do it with me. Otherwise, I can repeat it in the lab. Window, preferences, and here, this is nothing but an editor option. So you can just type in the key as editor. This is no concept, this is no brainer, this is just a convenience. So here under editor, you choose the text editor, oh sorry, Java editor. Okay, so use Java editor, content assist. This is about control space IntelliSense content assist, and choose advanced. You just type editor, choose Java editor, or I think you can say content assist also. Anytime you just reach here, and then once you reach here, then you just look for, there is an option, there's a button called as restore defaults. So you just say restore default, apply, close, and after that the diamond operator will be implicitly added. You know, every time otherwise it is painful to remove that and make it all so small. So now I'm saying list.add new bank account, and here I'm going to, am I going to take it from user or am I going to hard code it? Of course we are going to hard code it, you know that. And I have somewhere, wait a second, I have some data, so I'll just take it and we'll be smart about it. This is extra. I mean, you will say that okay, we don't want it, fine, but it is too much every time to add this. So username, now there's a enum, so I don't know whether my import static is there. I don't want to say account type dot saving. I just want to say saving, import static com dot app dot core account type dot start, so that I get it easily. Okay, saving. This is not a string, this is a enum. And here, do I have a method somewhere? Yeah, convert date or something, right? I do expect people little confusion, but by the time you reach the labs and you have revised my entire code, you should understand each and everything. It's just, you know, using different things from different classes. What was that? Utils. This is only one-time efforts. Um, and what is that method? Convert something, right? Convert date. And all I'm giving is this string. This is also time consuming, to be honest with you. And the last one was what? IFSC code was a string. So by the time I reach the fifth or fourth sample, I hope people will be clear. Of course, this includes unhandled checked exception, further delegated to the caller, which is that parse exception. Oh, sorry, I always make a mess. This is not the one we want to import. Which is the package I want to import it from? Java.text. So please be little careful when you do auto completion. Now, let's do that quickly. You know, at least you should have a couple of things. I'll change the data in a bit. Okay, so let's randomize the whole thing. Here you get a control totally, whatever you want to test. All cases. Something. And here you have current. Saving is most common. Okay, something. You can always, like I said, change. Some varying data. Okay, so I modify this, and let's change the types also. I mean this also. Saving. Saving. Okay. So I've got various values. You can change the IFSC as well. This is one-time effort. And why the scribbing is, we are not returning this populated array list to the caller. That's it. So I don't want to waste time over again here at all. But this method you have to call. So who has to call this method and when? Two questions. Who has to call this method and when? Absolutely correct. Tester. When? In the initialization phase of the application or in the loop? Of course, in the init phase. When I take you to web programming, I just like, I'm some one thing only I'm saying ahead of time. You will see there will be three distinct phases of the application: init, service, and destroy. So init is the initialization phase, one-time phase, naturally called just after instantiation. Servicing is for client servicing. So whenever client sends a request, it will be servicing the business logic and sending the, servicing HTTP request, sending HTTP response. And destroy is all for cleanup. So just before garbage collecting the web components, we will be, not we, there's something called as web server, web container and all, we'll be calling it. So you must be wondering why suddenly, what is this suddenly? I just said the initialization phase is called exactly once in the beginning phase of the application. So to connect with that. Okay. So everyone knows it. Before while or after while? Answer is before while. Tell me, this line, change or no change? Answer is change. Do I want to start with an empty list or a populated list? Tell me. I want to start with a populated list. So there is no irritating thing like, add the data. So here, see this. I just have to. So who has to call whose method for which purpose? Tester has to call that collection utils method. So here I'm just making it as star. Please get used to static imports. When I show you writing, unit testing, integration testing in advanced Java, that whole API uses lot of static imports, assertions and all this. Okay. So coming back to the point, I'll just use this populate sample data. Are we understanding? So this method internally is going to create an array list object and it is returning the reference to the caller. So what is it in Java? Pass by value or pass by reference? It is pass by value. So this reference, you remember we wrote something. So this list reference is copied into account list. Means what? Account list will start pointing to newly created, any new object or the one which was returned by the method, the one which was not returned, created in the method. I hope everything makes sense, at least on the basic stuff. But there's a small problem. What is a small problem? Exception handling. In that, we are not ready to handle the exception. Actually, I can do it. So, unlike the normal stuff, this is my sample data. I know it is going to work. So why delegate the exception handling to the caller and write another try catch block externally? Here itself, I can satisfy the compiler. And which is the only exception we can have here is parse exception. So like I said, these are the different techniques. Only thing is never ever keep your catch clause empty. Otherwise, you will not know what went wrong. Error in sample data and which error is all highlighted. You got this? Oh, sorry. You can use finally and all for such things. But right now, something is wrong. This is not returning. I think it is having a problem with the list. Oh yeah. What is the problem? The problem is scope. I declared it within the try. So now I think compile is fine. Yeah. So now there is no issue here. If when I say such things and you are lost, I hope not, but still ask me questions in the lab time, because that time you will have code in front of you and I can explain each and every thought why I did it that way. So this is giving me a sample data. Let's run this and confirm. So here let's say display all. So is it going to display some items, or is it going to display the, I mean, empty list or populated? Of course, I expect to see the populated list, which I took so much time filling it up. Now, my overall, testing part will become so easy. So let us say, what was that option? Sort by creation date. You can try any sorting option. And here is the confirmation. So JVM sorting algorithm, TIM sorting, it is using the TIM sorting algorithm mentioned from that arrays class and all. So that is calling which classes, which method. Our supplied comparators compare by, oh, sorry, accounts compare to, okay, I messed up, looks like, wait a second. 9 it was, I said 8, my mistake. I mixed up. So this is 8. 8 is natural ordering. So I saw the accounts compared to all wrong. All wrong means, check this out. So what is it using? Natural ordering or custom ordering? Account number based ordering or date based ordering? Account number. That's my miss. So let me say now 9, I guess. Yeah. Now I can see. Immediately you can understand. So tell me, is it using compare method or compare to? Answer is compare. Is it the implicit ordering, natural ordering, or custom ordering? Custom ordering, external ordering. And how do you confirm whether what we have got is right or wrong? Check this, please. So I'm saying 11, 17, 2020, 2 and 12 is fine, and 2021. Of course, it is a too tiny data, too small data. Generate more sample data, something like 20 records, 100 records, 1000 records, generate it in the loop, and you can test it. 100% guarantee that sorting algorithm will work efficiently or will work in a correct manner. So this is what I wanted to tell you regarding sorting. So take a minute's break here. Go for, I mean, in your mind, you can go through after and compare to, yeah, Prachi, great. You get connected after some time. So I'm glad that you got the full understanding, right? So now for ordering, you always use compare to. So there are two ways we do sorting in Java. Natural ordering, whole thing is comparable based, and custom ordering, the entire approach is external or kept outside the class. So I'm still waiting. Are you having any specific question? Of course, you will have more questions when I give you assignments, but till then, are there any specific questions? Yes. Non-Java guys. Non-Java guys means total freshers, absolute freshers who are hearing this collection framework for the first time. I'm more interested in them. So what is it? Are you asleep, lost, frustrated? Okay, 70% Sarthak. That's fair deal. Revision is required, 100%. See, collection framework, I told you this week's topics are all advanced. So that is why we do the detailed revision in lab, and then only, yeah. So right. I know. 11 a.m. maybe you mean. So anyway, so I'll definitely take it and request similar things to your lab faculties also. Going ahead. See, but I can't give you the break right away because we content wise we hardly covered anything. So taking you ahead. Now solve the next one. See, the moment you repeat in the sense repetitive requirement, you definitely do better, or you definitely understand better. So focus on the next requirement. My manager says he's a mind, I mean, he wants different reports. Okay, so he wants to say, give me the report having the accounts sorted as per creation date and balance. So is it a single? This one, Ranjit, if the dates are same, shuffling doesn't happen. It is that sorting algorithm is called as stable sort. Okay, so stable sort means this thing. What is it called? It won't change the order of the element if the comparison function returns 0. Okay, no change is the one. So no shuffling means the same. Okay, I already answered. And you confirm. Now you have sample data. So you give the two accounts creation on the same date. and you tell me whether you saw shuffling or you did not. Answer is you won't see the shuffling. That way. Going to the next point. So tell me, is this a single field sorting criteria or multi-field? S or M? It's a multi-field. Okay. So now, what is the meaning of it? The meaning is, now I can take somebody's question, earlier question. If the, okay, so what will be the first sorting done on the creation date? But if, okay, so if two accounts are created on two different dates, our sorting is done. We are done. So it can return -1 +1 0 on your date classes comparison. But now, if the date is same, multiple accounts can be created on the same date, then how will you sort it? Then you will sort it as per the balance. And like somebody asked me, what if creation date and balance is same, then the shuffling doesn't take place. So are you understanding my question? Or rather my requirement? I want to first sort it as per the creation date. If the creation dates are different, we are done. Story over. But if the date is same, then I want to compare the balance. If both are same, then of course I'll be returning 0 from my method and the shuffling will not take place. Are you 100% clear on the requirement at least? Because if the requirement is not clear, how can I take you ahead? There is no 50% or 10% or whatever here, I hope. Next one. So tell me, there are two options. So which one should I go for? Natural ordering or custom ordering? NO or CO? Something, I mean. What should I go for? Natural or custom? Of course, custom. Why? Because here I have already complied. I have already added the natural ordering criteria, which is based on account numbers, which is consistent with equals. I cannot add multiple criteria. So this will be solved definitely using custom ordering. Okay. So tell me, what are the steps? This is the revision. And I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you kind of that even before you reach the labs, your clarity will increase after you solve this. So tell me, what will be the first step, guys? You know all the steps. So here, create a new class. And what will it implement? Implementing which interface? I'm writing in short forms. Of course, comparator. What will be the type of the comparator? Answer is bank account. Okay, next one. Which is the method you will have to implement? Answer is compare. And here, what is the first comparison criteria? First, you will do with date. Which is the method you will use for comparison? Compare to. Date is already comparable. So date comparison will be done using compare to. If and only if it returns 0, then we will compare the balance. Okay. So that is what we will do. Okay. And then the easiest part is we will be calling a method. Which will be the method I'll be calling? Single argument method or two arguments method? Answer is two argument method. The list to be sorted and instance of the class which implements comparator. So for example, I write new my comparator. I won't give such horrible names, but just as an example. So suppose this is the class which you have created, whose name is, let's say, my comparator. This is it. Are you a little bit clear? 10%, 5%, whatever. Are the steps at least clear? Okay. So this is how I can do it. But now I'm saying, isn't it a pain? Isn't it an unnecessary detail every time to create a separate class where I have the technique of nesting the classes? Everyone knows nested classes. What does a nested class mean? A class within a class. But I'm taking you to the special variety of a nested class, which is anonymous inner class. So this is one approach. Or can I do it? Today I'm not into functional programming, so of course I can't show you lambdas and all. Today I'm just taking you to the anonymous inner class plus comparison, or use anonymous inner type. So there are two ways by which you can create anonymous inner classes in Java. One is by extending from a superclass and the other way is by implementing the interface. So can you tell me which approach I'm going to use here? Are we going to use here? Are we going to use extends from the superclass approach? Are you going to create a nameless inner class by extending from something or by implementing E or I? What is it you are going to do? Of course, you are going to implement. You can see this. There's nothing difficult here. Of course, if you find it difficult, don't feel bad. I can always explain. The first line itself tells you the answer. My class is not going to be extending from anything, but it is going to implement the interface. Okay. Only part is here I had created my own named separate class that I will inline in a single line. So what is anonymous inner class? Nameless nested class embedded in a single Java statement. So now I'll write it here because when you do control space in what your ID, it tells you the stuff. But I expect everyone to be clear with the syntax. So here all these three steps, which three steps I'm talking about? These three steps are going to be merged into single line. So start. So here we will start in the bottoms up manner. So what is that last step? I will start with the last step. Focus here. I can write it in ID, but ID, stops your thinking. It gives you the ready-made syntax, which I don't want. So collections dot sort. I'll repeat before you feel lost more, before you feel more lost. Here, this is 100% working approach. I'm showing you a shortcut. And later in functional programming, I'll give you the, most compact expression. But that's later. So start here. Collections dot sort. Tell me, what will be the first argument? First argument, change or no change than the earlier one? Of course, no change. Here, list. I'm going super slow on this, knowing that people could be looking at it for the first time. Okay. Those who know Java is fine. I mean, I'm not worried about them. Next one. What is the next thing you had to give? I'll write it in front, in black and white. You had to supply the second argument. Let's say this. What is the second argument, guys? We had to supply instance. Okay. Instance of the class that implements which interface? Comparator. Okay. And the comparator was a generic type which was having a bank account. Everyone understands that. Now I'm saying, instead of creating a separate class, can I inline this? Answer is yes. So first, go literally step by step. I want instance. So which is the word which creates the instance? New. Now, instance of which class? Am I going to give the name, or is compiler going to give the name to the class? Answer is compiler. I'm not going to give a name. But now it has to extend or implement from the super type. So which is the one today? It is comparator, implements from comparator. So see the weird part. All I say is new comparator. Give me a minute to explain. Is comparator generic or non-generic? Generic. So it is BA. BA is bank account. And here is your constructor. This is the constructor of the anonymous as a nameless inner class. This is where I'm inner class opening. This is where inner class closing. And this is where my Java statement is getting over. Listen to this. Here, my Java statement starts here and ends here. And what is it we have done? We have embedded entire class definition in a single Java statement. So the only thing people don't understand, beginners don't understand, is what is this syntax? So I'll give you in writing again here. What does this imply? It implies new means instance. So instance of the, naturally, interfaces cannot be instantiated. So it can be only the instance of the class. So, okay, let me say, actually, I shouldn't have given you this answer. Are we saying here instance of the comparator? Is instantiating comparator interface possible or impossible? Of course, impossible. So it means nothing but the same thing. It means instance of the class. But who is giving the name to the class? P for programmer, J for Java compiler. Java compiler, instance of the class named by Java C. So the name will be there. What name? In a minute, I'll tell you. So instance of the class named by Java compiler, and this part is the same. So don't be shocked. Don't be surprised with this syntax. It is one and the same. Only tiny differences. Earlier, we were creating a class, a named class, and passing that instance. Here, you are inlining the whole thing. So I'll repeat. What does the highlighted code mean? It does not mean instance of the comparator at all. It means instance of the class which implements comparator of the type bank account. So we have achieved, or rather we have removed the need of writing it as a separate class. We are inlining, embedding it in a single Java statement. Now come here. So who will be naming this? Answer is compiler. And I hope you remember, nested classes represent tight coupling, association. So what will be the name of the class? Since it is the first anonymous inner class, it will be outer $1. You remember outer $inner it used to be, but that was for the named nested classes. This is anonymous. Don't think for a minute that comparator is the name. Comparator is the name of the interface. So what will be the name of this class? Whatever that outer class, tester or whatever, $1. If I add one more anonymous inner class, you will see tester $2, etc. So now think and answer. If I write only this much, will I get compiler error or no error? Compiler error or no error? Answer that. Good. This one, Vishesh. Of course, it is a compiler error. Why? Because you are creating the instance of the class that implements comparator, but you have not provided the functionality. So tell me, which is the method I'll have to implement? Compare or compare to? Of course, you'll have to implement. I'm not writing it in Eclipse anyway, I'll write. So you'll have to implement compare. Same old approach. There's zero change. Your change is done. And what will you pass here is naturally, it will be public int compare A1, A2. And here is where you will be writing the code. So settled on first, anonymous inner class. To be honest with you, from Java 8 onwards, you see less usages of it. When you have one-liner lambda expression, who will want to write all this? But that I have not yet shown you. So learn it in steps. So instead of creating a separate class, let us inline entire class definition in a single Java statement. So let me put it in our code and then I'll ask you, are you at least 1%, 2% clear, guys? So here, test account list. Now it is little bit growing in size. If you don't want to bundle it all together, you can write separate testers, small testers, and test a particular functionality. See, this is all the test cases. I don't care about the test cases. All I need is collection framework based understanding. So coming back to the point, I'll say sort by two criterias, date and balance. Is the title clear? What is it we are attempting? And let's add a case here. You keep the answer kind of ready. Okay. So here. So now we are saying sort by date and balance. And are we going to write a separate outer class or are we going to do it with anonymous inner class approach? Answer is using anonymous inner class. Okay. So you'll get the, what do you say, practice of it. Keep using it only for next 2 days, whatever, 1 or 2 days, whatever. And the moment we use the functional programming, all of this will be replaced by something called as lightweight. Lightweight is not the one, what do you say, lesser, compact functional approaches, function literals, lambda expressions and all that. Coming back to the point, so start. So I'm using the method collections.sort. Let us use the say two argument sort. Okay. So this is that one single Java statement. Anyone wants to tell me, you have to participate. Otherwise, you feel lost, you feel bored, you lose interest. First argument, please. What is the first argument of it? Everyone knows it. The list to be sorted. And that variable name is something like account list. Okay. Now, what should be the second argument? Instance of the class which implements comparable or comparator. So now remove this. But how do you create the instance? New. Which is the interface you want? See this. I just said new and comparator, and it has already given me the hint. I'm not going to take that hint. We will type it out. It says instance of the comparator is impossible. So do you need anonymous in that time? Of course, yes. But like I said, let us write it together. New comparator. And is it a generic interface or non-generic? Generic. What is the type of the generic interfaces? It won't give me proposals because I have a problem here. Control Shift O. Okay. So anyway, I can type that much. Every time you don't have the ID. So new comparator. Then what are these two round brackets? To call the constructor. Now let us make a space. And this is where your anonymous class opening, anonymous class closing. So I'll write it here. Beginning. Anonymous inner class begin. And here it is ending. Okay. So this is ended. So, I just want to keep it all simple. All I'm doing is Control Shift O, which is not working. Anyway, doesn't matter. I'll just physically do the import. It has done that. It has imported the bank account. Fine. This looks fine. Now, why it is still cribbing? Because the moment you implement the class, implement the interface in the class, you have to write the method. So start now faster at override. And what is it? Which is the method we are going to override? Everyone knows. Just tell me if I make a mistake. Later, I'll show you how to generate from ID. Today, you don't do that. And what will be the two arguments? Bank account A1, bank account A2. And this is your method opening, method closing. Still, of course, it is cribbing because I have not written the code here. So as far as anonymous inner classes syntax is clear, syntax is concerned, are you clear? Little bit at least. Now, so tell me, initially, okay, let me give the SOP so I can debug easily in compare of date and balance. Now, start. First, what should I compare it by? Date or balance? We already know. So here, now I can't conclude. So let us say, what is it returning? What was it? A1 dot, just a moment ago we did that. Get creation date dot compare to, this could be mouthful. This could be like, too much for somebody. So go slow in the revision. A2 dot get creation date. So tell me, what are the three possible outcomes? -1, 0 or +1. So tell me, if it is -1 or +1, do you have to check further or your checking is done? Your checking is done. So I'm checking if return value is not equal to, if it is equal to 0, then it means I have to check further. What does it mean? Return equal to 0. What does it imply? Anyone? Dates are same. Creation dates are same. The two accounts were created on the same date. We'll add that test case. No worries. Okay. So here, what should be the sorting criteria? Everyone knows it. Balance. Are you with me or are you totally lost? I hope you are with me. So first is date-based comparison, then the balance-based comparison. So tell me, what should I check now? I should check if else condition. What else? So here, think in code because I'm going to do it differently. So what will be the normal code? If A1 dot get balance less than A2 dot get balance, what should I return? Now I know I have to return +1, -1 or 0. Of course, -1. If account balances are also same, account dates are already same, account balances are also same, return 0. Otherwise, return +1. So you can imagine something like 4 or 5 line code. So 5 line code is better or one liner is better? Obvious question. One liner is better. But here the problem is, what is the data type of balance? Is it a primitive type or is it a wrapper type? It's a primitive type. Okay. So primitive types do not support any methods. But whereas if you talk about its wrapper equivalent, double, the double is a wrapper class and it is comparable. So if you're totally lost by now, don't feel lost. I mean, it's not, it sounds bad on the first day, definitely. Just look for your double, the wrapper type, java.lang.double, and just observe things. Is double comparable? Yes, all wrappers are comparable. Means what? You will see which method you expect to see there. Of course, you expect to see the, not this one, here. So, public and compare to, and it is already working. But guys, if you remember that back, I had told you the compiler will perform auto boxing if and only required. So in short, how will compiler know that here you require auto boxing? You will have to do something in addition. In short, you will have to typecast from double, I mean primitive double to, wrapper double, and then compiler will understand you. So one line, you just have to survive one line. So here I'm saying, see this, one liner, return. Let us take the first account ka balance, A1 dot get balance. Okay, I'm doing everything with you. What is the return type of this? Double, primitive. So if I say dot and compare to, I don't get anything. Because you know that primitive types are not reference types. How can they support any methods? But I can help the compiler. I can tell the compiler that this is not a primitive type. So we will do the typecasting. See this? See, all these tricks are for reducing your code. So here, arrange the brackets correctly. I'll ask you. It's a simple one, but it takes time for the beginner. What is the type here? Primitive or wrapper? PRW, primitive. But what is the type now we have? A wrapper. And why this typecasting will not have any problems? Because primitive to wrapper is all compatible. Now, can I see the methods? Of course, yes. So now this double is comparable. So I can say compare to. And anyone wants to tell me what should I add here? Okay, so answer is A2 dot get balance. But the question is, do I have to do the typecasting here also? Answer is no. Compiler is smart. Now you have given him the clue that this compare to method has to be called on double. So who will perform this auto boxing implicitly? Compiler. So check this, A2 dot get balance. That's it. So all those, 3, 4 line, whatever, if elsing and all is reduced to one liner. So I'll go through it quickly and then say something else. So here I had to do the explicit typecasting because compiler doesn't know that we require a double. You just write and you will get an error. So here the typecasting is done by the programmer, and here implicit auto boxing is done by the Java compiler. So it is just giving you the result accordingly. And here I can say return array. So I'll stay quiet because there is quite a bit to absorb. You take a look at it. And of course, we are going to revise it line by line or whatever you want in the lab session. So just look at it and tell me. I'll not waste time in back-to-back revision because it doesn't make sense. You have to have code in front of you, or we have to be in the lab where you can, test it parallelly, and then definitely I'll explain again. Cannot we compare? Yes, Ashwini, you missed the point. I said Pratiksha, Ashwini, I'm talking to both. I'm talking to everyone. See this. If you hate this, fine. Don't use. So here, what is it you'll require? I said that, but maybe you did not get me. I can always go the traditional way. Who stops me from being traditional? Are you understanding it? I just said, how many lines you want to invest is the choice I'm asking you. Do you want to invest those 4 or 5 lines or invest one line? Am I clear? So this is 100% working solution. I just asked you, do you want to write so many lines or do you want to have a one-liner? So whatever you understand, pick it up. There's no pressure from me. Meet me tomorrow evening. And I'm sure by tomorrow evening, everyone will say, no, we don't have time for this. And you'll definitely learn this. But today, I can keep it under comment and we can do this. So either way, whichever way you like it, whichever way you understand, that is what you should follow. Till you understand, don't use anything. So let's quickly do that. But I will change the data. Now see, things are so easy. So let me have 2 accounts created on the same day. Okay, so let's do this. 2, 3, and 2020. You can have multiple. So I've got 2, 3, 2020, this here. And now tell me which account, whose account should appear first? Rama's account or Priya's account? R or P? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Of course, whose account I'm saying? Yeah, Priya's account, because now it will check by balance. Are you getting it? But now if you see between Rama, Priya, and Kiran, whose will come first? First will be like I don't know. Okay, let's sort the whole thing. So what will be the first entry? Today you are sorting by date and by balance. So which will be the first one? The first one I guess will be this, right? Yeah. So first one will be Geeta. Next one, what will be the next one? So now directly come to 2020. So here between Rama and Priya, Priya, then Rama, then Ravi, and then lastly, finally, Kiran. Guys, the moment you have test data, you can play with anything. You can make all on same and you can compare. And as I said, okay, one more. So one more is, I'll do this, 2, 3, 2020, and maybe same balance, okay? So something like 5, 600. So I just want to show you that it doesn't shuffle in that case. So you can play with the data and confirm. Test, right, showing you the testing. I'm not going to waste time. That much at least you have to go on your own. So let's confirm. So initially, let's run it as it is. Sorry. So let me show you unsorted but ordered data. This is your array list. And which was the option we did? 10. You can see it is calling that comparison function R supplied. And don't conclude anything till you see that. So I hope you are doing it. We are doing it correctly. 2011 looks fine. 2, 3. So these records are not altered. Sorry. This is altered. 4500, 5600. These two are not altered. The same sequence. And finally, you got something on 2020. Anyway, like I said, I'm not going to explain the output. I already explained it once. So just change the data. Don't take the sample data, whatever I've supplied, add whatever questions you have and confirm and tell me by today evening, tomorrow morning, are you like clear? So this is all I wanted to tell you regarding sorting and regarding this. So I think people are helping each other, which is, I don't have to bother them. So coming back to point, I just want to show you something before shifting to the next one. What we created is an anonymous inner class. So I just want to show you the name of it. So where are we today? Day 11.1, bin folder, tester. And can you see something? This test account list was the outer class. And who is generating the name for my anonymous inner class? Compiler. And what is that naming pattern? $1, $2, $3, as and when you add multiple anonymous inner classes. So This is the third variety. I have shown you non-static nested, statically nested, anonymous inner. Somewhere we will also talk about method local inner. So this was your some of the things in the collection framework. So again, I'll be giving you a lot. I mean, of course, you have lab time is all your time. So go through it in a what do you say, detailed, simple manner. Access specifiers, nothing. You can't mention anything. The how can you talk about Rohit? I mean, I don't expect such a question from you when you already know Java. When you say you have inlined, when you say you have inlined this, wait a second. Let me take up that question. Can you, I'll ask you a different question altogether, Rohit, to clarify my point. Can you assign access specifier to this array list? Tell me yes or no. Not just him, anyone. Of course not. This is your method local variable. So how can you add the access specifiers and all? Okay, you cannot. So the valid question or the good question sometimes I get is, how about if I want, there are limitations of the anonymous inner classes. So only access specifier here is the statement local. I'm not even saying method local. The whole scope is all assigned within a one statement. So in short, if I want a reusability, is anonymous inner class a good choice or a bad choice? Tell me, Rohit or anybody. Of course, it is a bad choice. I can't use this, the same thing. That is when you have that separate approach, which I have shown you. Create a separate outer class, and then you can create as many instances and reuse it. Okay, so that is one. Other limitation which I generally get it as a good question is, how about parameterized constructor? You can't pass. So because here instance of the class implementing comparator. So if you need any time a parameterized arguments and all, that becomes difficult with anonymous inner classes. So the other approach you already know, create a separate class and pass the arguments if and when required. Scope is not an issue because it is all local within one single statement. Are you clear with my answer, Rohit? Okay, great. So now we have still some time. Let me go ahead and take this other questions in the lab, please. So otherwise, we technically speaking, we did not cover too much today. You might be seeing a lot of things, but this. So generic method is little this. Okay, this is what we'll go to. Iterator and list iterator. Of course, I can't take both when such a less time is remaining. Iterator at least. So if you want, it is all you willing. You can make the modifications in the yesterday's diagram. So tell me, where does this iterator method sit? Where it is defined, not defined, declared. Where is this iterator method declared? You know the answer, it is right in front of you. Everyone knows it. It is in iterable interface. So now we are writing horizontally. I mean, I'm drawing horizontally. You can continue with the diagram or you can just take this. So now I'm drawing a parallel hierarchy, not map. I'm not into maps, sets and all tomorrow. So here, let's start. So what is the starting point here? The interface. What does the iterator see? When I say iterator, I'm talking about the method. So what is this method returning? It is returning you java.util.iterator. So note that. So the name of the interface is iterator. Is it a generic interface? Of course, yes. So it is a generic interface. And what does it represent? It represents a cursor. Anything you can say, cursor, iterator, whatever, cursor that can traverse any collection. When I say any collection, I hope you understand what my stress is. Can I attach this iterator to any list, any set? Of course, yes. Because they are all collections. So that cursor that can traverse any collection. What I mean is any set, any list. But the point is it a scrollable cursor or is it a forward only cursor? Answer is it is forward only cursor. So cursor that can traverse this in a forward direction. If you want the scrollable cursor, there is a method in the list API to attach a list specific iterator. So in a forward manner. So this is the basic thing. And what are the methods? Important methods only I'm giving you. So three important methods are here. The first method, I mean, not first or second, something. So one method is to check, is there any element to the next of the iterator? So here it is, Boolean returning. The method is has next. Then there is a method to get the element which is sitting to the next position of the iterator. The method name itself is, what is it called? Next. And what it returns is T. Early morning this. Oh my, network glitch. I know, I'll repeat. I said, when it is the condition where you cannot use for each and you have to explicitly use iterator is if you want to remove certain elements during the iteration. So the use case, I don't know today whether we can fit it, but at least know about it. Public void remove. Okay, so these are the three methods. So look at the methods and tell me, the moment you say has next and next, this iteration, this traversal, is it possible in the forward direction or reverse direction or both or neither? This, of course, it is only possible in a forward movement, forward direction. Okay, so this is one. Wait a second. Yeah. So this is one API, one block I'm just drawing here. And if you see, okay, so let's listen to my question. Which all types I can attach iterator? Anything which is iterable, I can attach iterator. And for since yesterday, which is the implicit iterator you have looked at? Implicit form of the iterator is for each. Okay. Now draw the bit of hierarchy. So this is super interface, and this has been extended by a sub interface. So iterator is a super interface, and what is that sub interface? It is list specific interface. So I'll write it here, sub interface of iterator. Or okay, I'll write the name first. The name of the interface is list iterator. Is it a generic interface? Answer to that is yes. And what is it? It is list specific sub interface of iterator. Okay, so which is super interface? Iterator. Where all I can attach the iterator? Choices are list implementation classes, set implementation classes, or map. Answer is you can attach the iterator to sets as well as list. But the moment I say this list iterator, it is list specific. So can you tell me this list specific iterator can be attached to list implementation classes, set implementation classes, map implementation classes? Answer is can be attached to only, you know the answer, anything which is a list. So array list, linked list vectors, I can attach this, can be attached to only list implementation classes. The moment you see this list specific list iterator, that much is clear, should be clear, can be attached to list list implementation classes. And you know the list of it. It is array list, linked list, vector. So the next question is how? How do you attach the list iterator to any list API? The method is first you settle on the API and then you worry about internals. Otherwise, if you try to do both the things together, you feel lost. So today you focus on API. Later I'll show you how does that iterator, list iterator look in the memory. So how? Using the list API. So using the method of java.util.list method. And the no guesses here. I mean, no like surprises here. Like how in the iterable interface, we had the method iterator. So what is the common sense tells you? What must be the method name here to attach list specific iterator? Method name is simply list iterator. Okay. So list API method is public. What it returns is, unless and until you use it, you can't understand too much. List iterator, of course, of the type T, type E, whatever. And the method name is, see the method names and the return types, they have kept it same, except the uppercase, lowercase. So focus carefully. Iterator. So if you use this version, what will happen is the cursor, the list iterator, will be placed before the first element. But the advantage of list iterator is, one advantage is you can traverse backwards and forwards. That is, it is a scrollable iterator in short. And the other advantage is, if you have got a huge list, the size of the list is huge, big data and all, you can place the cursor on any position, which wasn't possible earlier with the iterator API. So there is another method, overloaded method, public. The rest of the part is the same. Only thing is it accepts the index. So here it says, I'm going to like mess here because of the space. Wait a second. Okay. So all none of it, I don't expect you to understand it because I have not shown you the example. So today, even if you just note, that is sufficient. So here, let us take a quick recap before calling it a lunch break, and we'll be doing it. I mean, we'll be writing actual examples. Either in the lab session, I have to tell you something in the lab session, or directly tomorrow. I'll balance it. Don't worry. So coming back to the question, just a 1 minute recap. I know, exhausted. I know. I'm telling you, the collection framework is extensive, exhausted, and complex. If you survive it, think of the brighter side. The brighter side is you will have some idea about, so many features, so many flexibilities. Anyway, I respect your exhaustion. Let me stop right away, and we will continue the discussion when you are fresher after proper break. So that will be all. See you in the lab. Okay, that will be all. I'll not say a word. Okay, but please do revise, and then you will feel better immediately. That will be all. See you in the labs.